What's up, everybody? Just finishing up a little dinner here and then we'll get started. Traveling for work and in a hotel, couldn't miss more Cyclone boy. Hey, what's up, Mike? Welcome back. How's it going, Rival? Nice to see you. How's it going, Prod? Welcome back. Welcome back. So, I did get a little bit of work in on the POB today. The trees are pretty much the same from what we worked on yesterday. I did add some extensive notes in the notes section here. So I fleshed out quite a bit of stuff here. I have an updated POB in the description in the YouTube live stream, and also if you do the exclamation POB command in chat, you'll be able to get that too. But yeah, I just really talked a bit about leveling, and then I went really into detail on how I do my Atlas trees and SSF, and I provided links for the different stages for each tree, so you guys can take a look at those. And I'll keep adding to this as time goes on, but yeah. Hoping to get inspiration from your builds. I always seem to succumb to less tank on my Cyclone builds. It hurts me late game. What's up, Ian? Yeah, I saw the life mastery basically on staff now. It's a pretty big buff. That's like 15% life essentially. And that 15% life is huge on Slayer because, you know, we typically run low life, but with the leech and everything, we can run lower life than other classes. But having just like one point gives us 15% increased life is pretty crazy. Yeah, I tried messing around with Champion today, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't think Champion is gonna be worth it. This one notable doesn't give us that much damage, and the 66% increased attack speed sounds like a lot when you factor in like 22 plus stacks of fortification, but it really isn't that much damage when I sim it out. It's not nearly the same kind of damage as Cyclone. I think the only thing you're going to get out of Champion is just going tank. I think that's all you're going to get out of, like, all you get out of Champion is just being tankier, which is probably good for, like, really juiced content or bossing, like Uber bosses, but I don't think the damage is going to be anywhere near as good. I didn't, however, scale in Perseverance, so I will have to, like, crunch the numbers and see. If you really, like, juice your Perseverance, it could be, might be good. I did add one additional loadout to the tree, so if people don't want to run such low fizz hit with an Abyssus here, you are going to give up a lot of damage, but I did sub in a regular crafted helm, so I have a loadout now that says crit conversion and PDR. So this gets rid of the Abyssus. You gain basically almost 6,000 physical max hit, but you lose a lot of damage. So I might tweak this a little bit more to see if I can squeeze out a little bit more damage, but I mean, That's the trade-off with the helm, essentially, is you get like a ton of damage because of the crit multi on it, but you do give up like a lot of you get a little you get a little bit squishier the fizz hit. The shockwave activates when you hit something. You don't need to cast on crit with it. So the way shockwave works is go to the gem tab here. Supports melee attack skills. Supported skills will trigger shockwave on melee hit. So you just hit with Cyclone and it triggers shockwave. There is no like cast on crit setup with that. It just constantly goes off. I mean, it's gonna make our hits lucky, right? So that's pretty huge. That's gonna give us a lot of. I'm not sure, to be honest. I have some ideas for mercenary, but I'm gonna like play around with it and see. I saw an interesting post with like doing some kind of link thing with them and trying to bypass the movement speed negation of Cyclone of Tumult. So could be interesting things to play around with. Alright, so yeah, no problem, callers. So basically today I did play a little bit before work just to try to farm up some boss maps. We have a bit of boss maps now. I did also craft this chest this morning. So this is 174 life. It's got 2 nice resistances on there. I really like the regen life on there. I'm trying to see. Thanks for the follow, Fez and Chris. I'm trying to see if I can get some currency so that I can roll the melee hits have a chance to fortify on the chest. I'd like to do that so I can free up these 5 points on the tree here, and then we can use that elsewhere. So I'm gonna be farming a little bit of Eater, Ichor, so that I can hopefully get the right roll on this chest here. Free up those points. I don't swap out a Shockwave. Maybe if you're playing like a pure Cyclone build, it would have been worth it for like a boss fight. But now that we got General's Cry like wrapped up into it, it just doesn't feel necessary. So I did, Mike. I've incorporated some Harby into my my expedition in June and Harvest Tree, and I got 2 annuls. So I annulled the staff once, and we hit one of the suffixes. So I can YOLO annul it again, but I'm really worried that I'm gonna hit that T1 increased fizz damage. You know, 1 and 5 was kind of like, that's not too bad. 1 and 4 makes me really afraid of hitting that T1 fizz. But like, part of me is like, okay. Yeah, I did a lot of updating to the POB Viv. We now have a pretty big extensive notes section in here, covering a lot of the topics we talked about yesterday. And I'm going to keep adding to this. And then I also added a level 90 crit tree that doesn't use Abyssus in case people want to be a little bit tankier. I kind of played with the gear a little bit. You do lose quite a bit of damage without Abyssus, but I provided the option in case people want a more tankier mid-game build tier. Like 15 million damage should be more than enough to do regular stuff. But that is the trade-off with Abyssus, right? You gain a lot of damage, but you lose a lot of fizz hit. So it just depends on what people want to do. I just put the option in there essentially today if they want that. I mean, what else are you gonna do? Yeah, I kind of feel that, Mike. I guess like you kind of have to YOLO roll it. It is slightly more Fizz DPS in this staff. If this was like, say, 670 Fizz DPS, I probably wouldn't annul it. I would probably just jeweler this thing and call it a day. But because it's so close to my current staff, I kind of feel like you have to annul it. So maybe we start off the day and see if we get lucky. We got a 1 in 4 chance, right? Oh, we fucking bricked it. Rip. T1 Fizz. Goodbye. It is what it is. I'm honestly farming up some more juice because I'm just gonna keep re-rolling a staff. Because I'm farming, I gotta respec my tree a little bit. I'm gonna go into some eater because I want to get the fortify implicit on the chest. So we're gonna be doing some harvest tonight, anyways, and I'm gonna try to roll better staff. My goal is to essentially, it's hard because I'm working this week, so I don't have a lot of time to play. I'm only gonna be on for a few hours tonight. My goal is to like get my gear a little bit more situated, get my last 2 void stones, because tomorrow I want to film an update video that I'll post on the channel, just kind of going into a deep dive on the revised POB, showcase this new SSF character I did, and I'd like to get that out like tomorrow night or early Thursday morning, and then I'm going to go radio silent until Friday basically and take some time off just to clear my head a little bit before the league and do some real life stuff. So tomorrow will be my last stream before Friday. But I want to stay, my plan is to spend tonight prepping so that I can just knock out the 2 void stones tomorrow, and then I'm going to film the update video, post that on the channel, and yeah, and then we're ready for the league basically. We're just kind of rolling into Friday at that point. We might do one of the void stones tonight simply because I have maps. I do have enough, I think, to just do Uber Elder. The problem is like just farming up the frags for Maven. I just don't know if I'm going to play that much tonight to get all the frags for Maven, but we might run a couple of these and just get like Uber Elder done. I'll see. I did work pretty long today, so I'm a little tired, and it's already 7 o'clock here. So yeah, we're basically gonna just harvest, run some harvest and expedition, hopefully craft a slightly better gear, get my fortify implicit. I'm still torn, man. Like, I'm really torn between trade and SSF. Like, a lot of my friends are gonna be playing trade, so I'm really tempted. However, I think I'd be happier playing SSF in the long term. So it's just like a matter of deciding how I want to pull the trigger on that. Okay, I'm gonna grab a water real quick and then I'm gonna just start mapping for a little bit. I'll be right back. I do trade to help my friends. Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking like maybe doing trade on League Start for a week or so, because a lot of my friends will stop playing after like 2 weeks. They're not going to play nearly as long as I do. One or two of them might play for a month, but most of them will play for like 2 weeks or so, and then they'll be done. So I might do trade at the beginning, and I was actually considering rolling like a hardcore SSF character maybe afterwards to spice it up a bit. At the very least, maybe SSF. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I think trade could be fun for maybe a few weeks, and then do the SSF thing. So we'll see. Yeah, most people don't play longer than a few weeks. I think they just... It depends on, I think, how good the league is. And for my friends, for some of them, it's how obtainable is 40 out of 40. Because I do have a few of them, like me, that will grind out the 40 out of 40. Once your friends quit, take their currency to show off the in-game cycle while you blast her. Yeah, I should, right? You think all Ubers with this build is viable in SSF? Yes, it would just take a while, I think, to get the gear situated. But I do think that you can do everything in SSF on this build. It would just take a bit. Ooh. Chrono Bolt, yeah. For a player who has done Ubers before. For a player that's done Ubers before, sure. Let me fix something because my flasks were not up there. Okay. Oh, we gotta quality these melee fizz in a second. This guy's super annoying. Never with melee though. Yeah, well, I have an idea for a build I kind of want to play. That's more of like a cold dot build. But I'm waiting for POB to get updated so I can sim it properly. I feel real comfortable with Cyclone because like I know my build, I know how to scale my build. But for whenever I do like a new build, I really like to POB it out with accurate numbers before I do anything. Do I like Mage Blood or Headhunter for Cyclone? I think Headhunter is way more fun when you're mapping. I think that when you're bossing though, Mage Blood is obviously like the best. But I think like playing Headhunter on Cyclone is one of the funnest things you can do in this game. That's the other reason why I'm really considering trade. Is obviously it's way easier to get a Headhunter in trade than it is in SSF because you can just buy it, and that could be a lot of fun actually. Crit resistant, yikes. The hard part is crafting the late game armor. Yeah, crafting a staff is also pretty hard because there's a lot of like mods that roll on the staffs versus axe that make just crafting a really good high fizz DPS staff annoying. It can require a bit of investment, so I just like to tell people that's a thing. What's Headhunter these days? Like 100 Divine? Yeah, it sits like around 100, and usually Mage Blood's like what, 200 to 250 or something like that, depending on the economy. A Headhunter is really not that expensive. 100 Divine sounds like a lot to newer players, but when you start like grinding out currency strats and things like that, and you're just like even just running T16s making like 6 to 10 Divine an hour, you know, if you're making like 6 to 10 Divine an hour, yeah, 100 Divine's really not that much. Unfortunately, it's just like most players don't know how to make money in the game, so 100 Divine to them is like, oh, 100 Divine has to drop in the game for me to have 100 Divine is kind of how they look at it. Just play SSF and skip the economy. Yeah, the problem is a lot of my friends are playing on Trade Napper, and they might want to do stuff together, so it's just kind of like, it makes it fun. But I agree, like the economy. Also, you know, not everyone's gonna play a league for 10 months like you did and get 5 Mage Bloods, so it's fucking insane. That's called a diff, not a donation. You have Twitch brain, yeah. I am really tempted to play SSF though. I think like it would be a lot of fun just to see how far I can take the character without any assistance. Pick up Scarabs, use currency exchange, buy a headhunter. Yeah. Yo, the currency exchange is so good. That's one of the reasons why trade is actually very palatable for me. Is like that currency exchange is like crazy good. I gotta turn YOLO mouse on. Yeah, we gotta pray that we get melee hits on Fortify on our chest tonight. That's like the ultimate goal of what I'm doing right now. Pick up. Yep. Pick up Scarabs and sell on currency exchange. Yeah, some of those Scarabs sell for quite a bit of money. No joke. Yeah, I love the currency exchange. It's one of the best things they've added to the game. To be honest, Settlers was like a banger league. They added so much quality of life, and I feel like 3.26 is going to add a lot of quality of life to the game too. There's so much, like just the fact you can pause the game now when you open up a full UI is insane to me. I never thought they were going to put that in this game. They seemed so opposed to the idea of it years ago. The vision was definitely not being able to pause the game while you were playing the game. How was my day, Jector? I was pretty good. I worked a pretty long day today, so I'm on a little bit later than I would be. Got off work about an hour ago, a little over an hour ago. I'm a little tired here, but we're gonna make it work.
Itching for me to lose another limb, are ya?
Used to always just take the corrupted strongboxes node because it was aids to roll them. Yeah, I hate sitting there like playing with strongboxes. Strongboxes are gonna be fun now though that you can run up to them. You gotta keep currency in your bags, but it'll be dope. Chris retired from all Necropolis stash type sales, so vision kind of changed after that. Yeah, Chris, I was actually a little sad not to hear him as at least like the introduction to the reveal. Like, even though Mark and Jonathan handled the whole reveal in 3.25, they still had Chris do the open. And I was actually a little sad that he wasn't there. I was kind of like, aw. Because, I mean, it's Chris, right? You know? Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Like, it's... just makes you feel a little comfy when you hear that.
It seems to me a wise decision. I do hope we cross paths again.
Oh, Mark is hands down, like, making the game better and better. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm very happy that Mark's in the position he is now. It just would have been nice if they had played at least the sound clip of Chris, you know? Jonathan is a liar. Yeah, I will say this. I have my faith in Mark right now. I have my faith in Mark. I'm also, I don't want to say I'm skeptical, but Chris is just playing Magic now, probably. Well, Chris has millions of dollars in the bank. He's just chilling. Granted, he'll make an amazing game, so he deserves every penny. Hey, in 3.26, which Ascendancy and skill would you recommend for Witch and SSF? What would I recommend for Witch? I'm always have been, and always will be a minion player at heart. So I would probably go Necromancer. I feel like leveling Necromancer is super comfy. Minions scale very easily off of the passive tree. I think Necromancer would be what I would play. I think Occultist is also really good too. So there's that. Bama Necro. Yeah, like Bama Necro would be pretty good. You have to farm lab for the gems and stuff, but that's kind of whatever. Yeah, Bama Necro sounds pretty crazy. I think my friend's going to be playing Bama on League launch. I think those gloves, right, look pretty disgusting. Is what I'm seeing. Gotta be careful here because he brings you to half-life. We always want the yellow juice right now because we're going to be trying to roll our staff tonight too. So we want that physical reforge. Oh, we got a Soul Eater. Fun times. Oh, this guy is giga buffed. Yeah, but that quiver is going to be super expensive on trade, right? Oh, he just keeps summoning ads and getting more and more powerful. I'm not going to sit here all day and do this. This is not worth. That quiver is going to be very expensive on trade, for sure. Oh, ZTBS on the Soul Eater? Yeah. Yeah, we need a much better weapon. You can... Typically, I can overcome Soul Eater right now as long as they're not continuously spawning ads. Otherwise, it gets to a point where it's just, like, not gonna happen. Arc is a good League starter. I think Arc is a great League starter. I don't know how well it's gonna scale into the endgame, because it took some nerfs with the patch. And scaling Ignite can be tricky. Arc Totems. So I saw Mathel's vid on pizza sticks, and that actually looks like a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie. I was telling somebody earlier, I feel like this league is like going back to 2018 or something. It's like pizza sticks, Cyclone, Reeve. It's fine to get eventually rod, right? Eventuality rod, yeah. I'm looking for like Ickers. That's all I really care about is Ickers right now. I don't really care about anything else. Just want to roll my gear. Can't League start a Matho build. I'm not as skilled as he is. I think Pizza Sticks is pretty streamlined, right? Like, although I will say this. If you've never played a totem build before, I would keep in mind the fact that they're very squishy. You have to invest a lot into your gear to make totems really good, and you have to sacrifice a lot of defense. So you end up having a character that's very glass cannon, and he even said this in his video, like you have to mechanically like be aware of what's going on. you gotta basically be placing your totems down and like hiding and running away from stuff all the time. Which really is kind of not like a gameplay style I like. But it can be fun. Do I recommend any FFF combos for trade enjoyers? What do you mean by FF? Oh, Forbidden Flame, Forbidden Flesh. I mean, they're all going to be expensive, right? For me, on this build, you go for more than skill to scale the block. So that's what I recommend for this build. You have a tempo map we could roll.
Impressive, mortal.
How bad does this turn out? This could be a little crazy. Increase monster crit strike. Yikes. So this has unique boss, has increased AoE, has increased life, shit ton of critical strike chance. We have Enfeeble. We're Slayer, so we have cannot take reflective fizz damage. I'm more worried about the insane crit that everything's gonna have. And it also has like increased life and all that jazz. I'm excited for the extra map storage. Oh, dude, tell me about it. Like being able to roll a bunch of maps in advance and then just stick them in your tab on the side of your map device is going to be so nice. I 100% agree. Oh, really? I would run into an area where there's just a wall, basically. That's great. Speed having them in my inventory for sure. Oh yeah, there's nothing worse than having to carry around all your stuff in the limited inventory you have. But we gotta try to get enough chromies so we can recolor my helm and get Frostblink back. That's gonna be very important. Very important. If you consider adding Berserk to the build, you got some good rage generation. It might help on bosses quite a bit. It's not a bad idea. I'm really socket starved right now, and I'm actually trying to get Frostblink back on the build so I have an extra movement skill. Our gem pressure is really high right now because we don't have a lot of... Because we fit General's Cry into the build, we don't have like a lot of sockets to work with, unfortunately. Yeah, it's pretty tight. I could put a Rage in here right now, but this is ideally where my Frostblink's going to go as soon as I can get it colored. Actually, it wasn't bad as I thought it was going to go with all the mods. Alright, let's go ahead and... I'm kind of just throwing points on the tree now because it doesn't really matter for this tree. I think I was going for more map chance. Oh man, Calm's Roots? I remember when these things were like a thing. We're gonna keep those for nostalgia. Good night, good sir. Happy farming. Hey, thanks, Prod. Appreciate you stopping by again. What's up, boss man? What's up? How's it going, Crook? Doing a little bit of tonight. We're doing a little bit of prep work. I was explaining earlier. My plan is I want to try to get Fortify on my chest so I can free up some points on the tree. I want to try to craft a slightly better weapon, and then I want to get my 2 Void Stones so that way I can make my video by tomorrow. My update video and post that on YouTube for the POB and the build, and I can showcase this new SSF character a bit. And then I think I'm gonna take Thursday off for sure, do some real life stuff and chill before the league. So today is all about like just getting a bunch of grind in, getting resources, trying to improve the gear on the character a little bit. We're farming good old expedition harvest. Do some crafting. Definitely leaning towards betrayal this league. I think betrayal is going to be a lot of fun, honestly.
The flesh can be bound and shackled. But
I'm on round 10 of lab for Snake and Tectonic. Oof, that sounds awful. We got very lucky. I ended up getting my Tectonic while I did my Uber lab.
No more deals. Just good, clean violence.
Careful around my traps, lest you lose the honor.
too much of a ruckus.
Where's the other betrayal mob? What is going on right now? Okay, there wasn't one. I guess they were teleporting out or something.
Don't know about you, but I'm excited for the next round.
Cataphyte change is also nice. No need to wait for her. Yes, getting rid of like the immunity phases and the RP and stuff is gonna make that fight a lot better. Would always drag. That was spicy. I was 4 to 5 levels under some farm till I'm on par. Gotcha. Is it the beam guys that got me? Holy moly. It's these little lightning orb dudes. Really hyped to play Cyclone again though. Kind of want to get Headhunter, maybe Mageblood, since I imagine either of those. Yeah, I was saying this earlier. Headhunter is going to be great for mapping, and Mageblood is going to be really good for like everything, mapping and bossing. But like, once you've played Headhunter and Cyclone, I don't think people understand how much of a vibe that is. It's pretty amazing. Pretty good stuff.
Salah.
How many of these guys do I have so far? I have 2. What are the odds of hitting melee? It's a chance to fortify? Not even possible. I'm pretty sure that's a an eater mod. Yeah, it's eater. I managed to get a head under my lightning strike build and settlers, and man, I basically got to get one every league now. Yeah, it is game defining for sure. Like once you play it. Oh, I forgot to respec into Eater for better stuff. We'll do that after this map. Yeah, should be getting better things here. I still haven't seen a 6-link drop. I'm kind of sad. I saw quite a few on my other character. I haven't seen any on this one. Using a Thread of Hope and getting both Disciple nodes on the bottom is fine, right? It's good for mapping, because those nodes generate charges while you on kill. It's not going to keep those charges on you when you boss though, so just keep that in mind. You'll need some other way to generate Frenzy and Endurance charges on a single target. My Celestial effect blends in with this fight. It's Celestial versus Celestial. I'll tell you what, all I'm asking for is melee hits have a chance to fortify on chest. I'm not even asking for a high one. I'm just asking for the possibility, you know? I would just like the possibility to see it. Just give me the 5 points back on the tree. That's all I'm asking. Oh, this is a mistake. Ooh. That could have been spicy. That's why I need my Frostblink, man. I need to be able to quickly move out of something while I'm spinning. I'm too muscle memory for that. I wonder if that new flask will be worth using. It seems like it'd be... I think it could be fun to play with. I don't think it's going to be something you use seriously in the game, but like when you're just mapping and chilling, it gives you random buffs and stuff. Yeah. Sounds like a fun way to play the game. Oh, I have a lot of logbooks too that we could run, and I mean I have like a lot. I think I have like 5 or 6 of them already. It's kind of crazy. Lots of logbooks. Got life regen. Ooh.
This piece of shit.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna sim something real quick. What do we got? 2 green, 2 red, and a 3 red. How many chromes do I have? We have enough to YOLO the helm, so I need 2 blue and a green. 2 blue and a green. Two blue and 1 green. Perfect. We are back in business, boys. We are back in business. Oh, feels good to have that back on the bar. Thanks, Panda, for the sub, and Bo for the follow.
Power of alchemy.
Ah, the bargainer. Let steel taste blood once more. How is this possible? I can't
You
one
should probably pick that
as
up.
good as another.
That's a blast.
Thanks, Matt, for the sub. Appreciate it.
Look there. That's a blast.
Hail!
Chaos blood.
We are pleased.
Take the Quicksilver. Okay. What Quicksilver? Did I miss one? Yeah, this one's like what? Level 55? Did I leave one back here somewhere? I'll have to be on the lookout, yeah. I honestly still need to fix all of my flasks. They're all still like terrible in every way imaginable. This could be a little scary because I have a lot less defense with Frenzy's charges right now due to the Eldritch Altar, but we'll see. Too bad.
Gem Cutter's Prism. Cha-ching. Divination card. Cha-ching. 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 Hi, Team Round. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Oh, we got Soul Eater again with life regen, so he's never dying. He's never gonna die. He's gonna live forever.
Do you know what happens to the lamb that wanders into the lion's den? Look, the question now, exile.
I'm out.
is
Have a good
whether or
night.
not
Hey,
you're foolish
see you later,
enough
Mike.
to face 'em
Keep a
down.
lookout for that Quicksilver.
Divination card. Cha-ching. Hi, T-Round. Cha-ching.
Sorting out my remove only tabs. Man, this is a mission. Oh, I didn't even think about doing that on standard. We should take a look at what my tabs look like. Oh, I've got like, I just froze in place. Ooh, that was scary.
Fractured item.
You should see how bad my stash tab looks on standard. Oh my gosh, I don't even want to think about it.
Thanks.
We've gotten most of the unveils from June already. We got quite a bit. It's not that much left. It's kind of crazy how these 3 points right here get you all you need for unveils. Gonna pay me to sort those tabs. A sea of remove only. Let's see what mine looks like real quick. I'm really afraid, guys. I should show you some of my characters from the past. I'll show you my Sanavi Seers guy. So this is how I play RF. So this is Sanavi Seers. And he is a Searing Totem build with RF. We're using Searing Bond and a Diala's Malefaction. Yeah. Let's see what my stash tabs look like. Ooh, yeah. It's brutal. It's a lot to sort through. Show you guys this character real quick. This guy's fun. So this guy, I've got a Mage Blood on him. We're rocking Progenesis, and then we have our 4 Magic Flasks, basically immunity to freeze and chill, and then just like, yeah, all of our stats covered. We've got a +1 Fracture with a +1 with burning damage, with crafted fire damage and increased fire damage. Aegis. Fractured Life and Regen. This is a 7 link in a helmet, right? So we've got burning damage, conk, and more elemental damage with our 4 link on Righteous Fire. So we have a 7 link Righteous Fire and a 6 link Searing Bond. Old school Ralakesh's Impatience corrupted with movement speed. I'll show you this guy real quick. So we got a map on us. I've got tons of map. We're on standard. What's a good one to show? Do Jungle Valley, I guess. This character was so much fun to play. Yeah, this is a very expensive character. That's why I was like talking earlier about like, oh, you know, 100 divines for headhunters, not really that expensive. It's not. But you know, everything's relative, right? Let's go ahead and just corrupt this. Alright, whatever. Let's go run this map. So yeah, we got a Righteous Fire. This alone kills everything, pretty much. But we have our Stirring Totems, and you place these down when you boss. You create a grid of death, basically. Yeah. This is RF. This is RF that's scaled so high. Like, you can kill bosses with this RF. Its damage is insane. And it's chieftain, so you like blow everything up, you know. And I'm basically unkillable. We've got 90% all elemental resist, capped chaos, almost capped block attack. Our life regen 1400. But yeah, when you get to a boss area, you just put down your totems and everything dies. So this is the kind of totem build that I play. When you tell me totems, this is like what I think of totems. That's the Navi Sears. Yeah, my stash tabs on standard are pretty crazy. Oh, I keep forgetting to do this. We're actually going to drop this. And we'll take this right here. And let's just go ahead and drop these points real quick. Grab that. Refund this. Come up here and grab all of this. Oh, we don't need this anymore because we have our 50%. Buy that back there. So right now we gotta remove these. Grab this. That. Kind of like having the Harpy, honestly. But guess we could just refund these right now. I do want my harvest back for juice. Something like that works.
Let's be civil this time. No more imprisonment, just death.
Only sitting on 191 divines.
Again.
Hey, it's not too bad.
The syndicate is big.
So we'll get a safe house to do too. Let's knock that out.
God's judgment awaits you.
It is without witness. Surgery.
More demons, exile.
It was
I will enjoy. I cannot.
a truce.
This way. Or would be red. Cha-ching.
I hate the temporal so much. It's always one mob that runs away. Yes, he's hiding here in the corner. That's why I hate the yellow. They just like scatter off into the distance.
Cha-ching. 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 Hi, Tina. Cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching.
It is going to fix it.
Back! The Inquisition! What is it? Not in this place.
I'm afraid the only
You should probably pick that up.
Violence. That creature.
It hates it that prays.
Give me 1 second here. check something with the internet real quick. Alright. Back to the game. Getting slightly higher MS than I usually do. It's kind of weird.
Approach, challenger.
That's what we're looking for. Oh, the Icker.
Hello again, local.
We are pleased.
Reduce life mana per endurance charge. What the heck kind of mod is that? The hit to regen is real. Alright, thanks Cam for the sub. It's gonna be spicy.
Add some spice.
Let's do this right here.
Not a chance.
Want me to get a divine so you can hear the sound effect? That's funny. Yeah, I would love that too. I need to divine my Carnage Heart so I can get a better one, honestly. Okay, so thanks, Mister, for the sub. I'm not sure why Nightbot didn't give that to you, but there you go. Oh, it did. It was just delayed. Take Nightbots, actually. Mine's not updated in the description, even though I thought I did. Let me fix that. Nightbot has the right one. It's annoying. Okay. Alright,
Thanks to your...
bam, we got it. Oh, thank God, dude. I was beginning to think it was never gonna happen. Okay. It's very big. Yeah, we're very happy with that. Question is now, where do I want to spend these points on the tree? I could go into Disciple of the Unyielding and pick up 2% increased damage per endurance frenzy or power charge. I'm actually gonna import my character into POB and see what's best real quick. I gotta rezone for it to see my chest. Alright, so yeah, infused channeling doesn't scale shockwave support. So yeah, we gotta do some more maps. Any juice. I'd like to get a better staff, hopefully. Be the ideal thing.
Hello again, local. I always love a good risk.
Can't even see the expedition because of all the altar stuff. Alright.
More demons. I had
You should
one
probably
hero.
pick that up.
This is good.
Yeah, I think running extreme archaeology can be really rippy unless you have like decent gear. I don't recommend it to new players that are just trying out expedition because if they don't have their gears situated, it can be pretty bad. If you know what you're doing, or if you just like don't care because it's softcore, then it's like one button boom. It is appealing. So it's personal preference. I just don't like to tell new players to go after it. Especially if their resistances aren't good, they have the wrong armor bases, they're squishy. They don't know what towers not to hover it over, etc. Yeah. I don't want to mislead anybody, you know?
Worry not, Crusader. Your savior.
Every time you kill me, I just come back stronger.
Tightness.
I am well
Pick
equipped.
that up.
Maloney.
You forget. And now you see that I am but one piece in
Approach, challenger.
You know, I haven't done a trial master yet. Screw it, let's do it. Sure.
Slay them amongst the flames. A favorable result. Now you face another choice. The flames race towards you. Choice of futures as before.
All this
The
corrupted
next
gear, dude.
challenge,
What the heck?
fire always spreads. Do you wish to keep your fortunes?
Birdo Catalyst.
Continue in
Let's
pursuit of
go,
greater
dude.
riches. Choking vapors seek the living. A sea of fire crashes upon your shore.
Sea of fire crashes upon your shores.
Your potential remains unrealized.
Yeah, we went too far on that one, I guess. Gotta test these things out though and see where you're at.
That's a fox. That's a fox.
I need to get that Leap Slam MTX, it's just too good. Yeah, it's really nice, the Celestial. It's really nice. Crit resistant. Love to see it.
Cha-ching. 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 Jump cut is bigger. Cha-ching. 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 Divination card.
These intermission boss fights, dude, are so not fun. I don't know any other way to put it.
Supposed to use this piece of shit. Divination card.
Salam. Keep your eyes sharp. Hello.
One of my captains, the beast is up.
One of my captives.
A little sliver of anarchy.
Are you gonna end up switching for champ or stay Slayer? I gotta POB it out. I gotta see like which one I think is gonna feel better. I think Slayer's still gonna probably have more damage, unless like I can really scale Perseverance, because you're not getting that much damage from the Ascendancy that people think you are. So it's like way tankier for sure, but it's, I don't think the damage is there. For this build, at least. Unless there's something I can scale with Perseverance to really maximize that belt. Oh my gosh. Yikes. The juice is worth the squeeze. It's worth the squeeze.
Now the woods burn, smoke billows in the air, and the flattened winds and the fire.
Doing the good old boss frag. Gotta farm the boss frags.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity.
Sanity of the mind. I love the old school shaper effect on items. Writhing invitation.
It is champion against champion. Mine.
Not quite sure which way I'm supposed to go, to be honest. I think it's this way.
Feast. Obliterate. Slaughter. Trample. Mash. Hunger.
For example, if all I want to do is fast clear night exhibitions, would it be fine to use Herald of Purity, Ash instead of Pride, then switch for Pride and Bossing?
Feast.
Yeah.
Digestion.
If you want better, I guess if you want like explodies and pops, yeah. I'm considering seeing if I can run Ash on a Merc. Ooh, spicy.
Cull. Crush. Obliterate.
Maybe Merc with Pride because Mercs will stand on the bosses all the time. Yeah, I'm considering like different. Are you gonna end up switching to Champ or not? I answered that. Yeah, you can swap your auras around. You have to follow what I do in the guide. I wonder if we swap out Pride for Herald of Ash, how that would feel. Just mapping, you know. I might test that out in a little bit. I've sold you on the Colson. It's pretty good, right? Pretty good, especially on bossing. I don't think people really understand just how good 20% coal feels when you do a boss. It's pretty fucking gnarly. It's pretty gnarly. Stretches the sanity of the mind. Fucking love old school 3.0 for the Atlas shit, dude.
He did not see value in a new life.
Oh, I'm so ready for Friday. Can we get to Friday, please? Friday comes sooner.
I'm afraid the
You should probably pick that up.
You've made
I recall something being said about dropping the 200 Skull, running a Merc with Kingmaker. I was too sleepy to replay, but that sounded insane to me since the 20 is so big. That stream. Yeah, I don't know. I think if I'm gonna run stuff on my Merc, it's gonna be more defensive. It depends. If I'm playing solo Self-Found, I could see running damage stuff on them until I get my gear situated. But I can tell you right now that if there's one thing you really want to scale on this build later on, it's defenses. The damage on Cyclone, especially on trade, when you can invest in it, like, because what you're seeing right now is, you know, this is 4 days of playing some SSF, right? 4 days of SSF gear. if you're on trade, you're going to have far better stuff than I have right now. And eventually it gets to a point where you're looking for as much possible ways to scale your defense as possible over anything else. Because Slayer brings the damage. What you need is the defense, like later on. So for my Merc, I'm going to be looking for things that really increase, I think, my defense.
Always hope. Was that really necessary? Death's the only.
The price of failure, not even the rich.
Don't take us for granted. Cool wins. Salam.
Yeah, I remember Zane. I just like... trying to think of what would be useful. I'd have to go through all of the uniques and look at like the on effects to see what might be interesting on a mercenary. I also don't know how well mercenaries are going to scale defensively right now. So I don't know like what we can actually get away with without getting them killed all the time. Yeah, like that'd be interesting. I think we can unspec out of June pretty soon. We have like almost all of the mods flowing in here. Thank God we'll not be hunting for crafts anymore. Yeah. I'm not gonna miss that. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna miss that life. Where's my nameless seer at?
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind.
I'm gonna do Hydra last. Hydra's, eh. Personally, not too worried for myself since harvests don't require too much. Yeah. Thank God. Till we get them and then we satisfied 216s, yeah.
One of my captors.
Well, I think they're gonna be okay for the most part in T16s. The question is like, what are they gonna be like in T17s? That's where it's gonna be like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Ooh, Soul Rest. Yo, Soul Rest got some crazy buffs. Soul Rest got some crazy buffs. I saw that Wave of Conviction one and someone mentioned it in chat the other day and I was thinking like, dude. I was like, someone mentioned the Wave of Conviction gem and I was like, that on a cast on crit Cyclone build would be really cool. Just do an AoE of death around you. Yeah. That could be pretty nutty, right? You know? Automates but on standard is useless to me, but I do it, so I did. There you go.
What's the matter with this piece of shit?
These lag spikes though. Yeesh.
Who's this piece of shit?
These lag spikes are kind of nutty. Thanks Jono and Moss for the subs and follows. Okay. Definitely feeling a little tired today. Alright, let's get this. Yeah, screw it. We'll just make it crazy. Who cares? I'm going to loosely follow the Arc and Night POB you put out last week with the new Golem tech, only actual Night Arc video out there that showed some sort of realist gameplay. Oh, I appreciate that, Jonah. Yeah. I have some live VODs. I leveled up a test character with it, like about a week or so ago. And got into, I think I got into T16s before I stopped playing it. I think it's going to be okay. I think the build took some nerfs, so I would keep that in mind. But it'd be interesting to see with the new Elementalist Ascendancy and the Golem tech what you might be able to do for sure. Oh, they took the shock. It's never good. There he is.
This is the prelude to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind.
Okay, that's 3 of 4 for Sheba. Seen that ring like 8 times. Holy moly. Alright, Hydra. Let's go get our ass kicked by Hydra. Yes. Love getting our ass kicked by Hydra. Let's go ahead and grab our other 3 frags.
One of my captives wore many faces, yet kept her true face. Approach, challenger. Now she cannot escape her true face.
Ooh, the chill on this is kind of unfortunate actually. Take a chance with a Chaos Orb. Oh my gosh, look at all those 6 sockets. What the heck, dude? That's crazy. Alright, well I guess we're going to be using our town portal here in a second. Actually, bananas. Yeah. So many jeweler orbs. I love it. I love it. It's one of those, so there's still actual arch nemesis mods, like rares in the game. And occasionally you come across one of them like that, and when they do, they'll drop like a bunch of maps, or they'll drop like, you know, a bunch of 6 sockets or something. They left that in the game as kind of like a little spice every now and then to get like a nice loot explosion of just random shit. And occasionally you'll see the rare do like the boss stuff from Arch Nemesis, like it'll do the innocent stuff or the spider stuff. Thanks Nazmi for the sub. Which harvest code do you focus on, or is it just whichever has the highest tier mobs? No, so I'm specifically focusing on yellow right now because I need Reforged Physical to craft a staff, which uses the yellow juice. If I'm not looking, if I don't have yellow juice as an option, the next one I look for is purple. Purple rerolls or reforges life on gear. So, ideally I want life on every item. So I go for those two colors right now. Later on, what colors I want will change based on if I'm doing some kind of meta crafting or something. But for right now, like early game, easy way to craft a staff is just Reforged Physical with Harvest. It's gonna suck with chill. And I just had like a major freeze frame. What is going on with my internet tonight? I'm sitting at like 50 ms when normally I have 20, and I get these huge latency drops. It's like insane.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches
The sanity of the mind. Alright. I got a Orb of Annulment. Can I share that filter? I got a video moose on my YouTube channel. You browse through them real quick. It's the same filter as in that video, and there's a Google Drive link that has the sound files and the filters. And I'll be updating it for 3.26. Alright, I'm gonna check my internet real quick before I do Shaper. Give me a minute here, I'll be right back. Yeah, I think something might be going on with my ISP because typically it's not this bad. So there might be something going on right now, which is unfortunate. But I don't see anything running on my system that should be causing the kind of latency I'm seeing right now. We'll just YOLO send it, see how it goes.
I see you, little mouse. You don't belong here. Run along. Turn back, trespasser. Cease this madness.
Supposed to use this piece of shot.
You tamper with things you do not understand. Nemesis will not go unpunished. This is your final warning. Leave. You force my hand again, little mouse. So, you've chosen to side with chaos. This is my world, and you shall obey my order. Game. Game. Embrace my blessing.
They're coming through.
Inconsequential.
He's recovering. We need to find a way back quickly.
Leap slam into a tree. Come on, game. Like, seriously. Shit's so annoying. I can't wait for the return of Zana.
The horror must be stopped. Obstacle destroyed.
Stay close.
Failure.
Oh, I jumped out of beam, but I jumped right into a ball that was fucking ricocheting off the side. That's rough. That is rough.
We need to put.
That's rough, man.
Stay close.
Trying to avoid the puddles everywhere.
Insubstantial.
She's trying to recover. Hurry! Let's find a way back.
I went the wrong way. Yeah, I can do some crafts in the notes too. I think like one on the staff would be really good. There's different like crafting strategies. But yeah, I think a crafting section would be useful in the POB. I was focusing on like the most important information, I think, like right at the beginning.
I cannot lose them.
They lied to you, father.
So maybe I'll put some crafting in there for like simple things to do, like when you first start,
Must be
and then add to it later as I get into meta crafting and stuff.
They're coming.
Coming through.
To me, exile.
Ah, shit. I put the thing right here, and I'm gonna be right inside of it. This is rough. Okay. Try not to get myself killed. Oh,
Failure.
slam.
Ambivalence.
This is where, like, if you're a much better player than me, and you can, like, mechanically play the game, easy, right?
Failure.
Arena's all messed up now, too. Doesn't help.
Failure.
Dude. Maybe too tired to be doing this tonight. Playing like crap. Arena's all janky now. I have nowhere to stand.
Failure. Ambivalence.
Yeah, I may have bricked this. Yeah,
Failure. Ambivalence.
that's kind of frustrating. That's a pure skill issue, not a build issue. Can't be dropping the puddle where Xana is going to put her probably do this and what upgrades you would, in order to convert from crit to the Giga in game. I could do that too, yeah. Yeah, I'll make a note. Let's see.
One of my captors fell
That in the filter. So we want lists of upgrades after crit version. Crafting guide. Yeah, those are things we can add to the notes for sure.
You die rather well.
Yeah, I think unless it's harvest, I'm just gonna beeline for the bosses right now to get more frags.
Oi! Over here.
One thing I learned from the never to trust a man.
God certainly is distant.
Leave the mask on. There.
I'm no
This wasn't
How about we put that up?
execute.
unexpected
How about we put that
maneuver.
up?
Just a glimpse, exile.
Itching for me to lose
Actually
another
gonna do
limb,
expedition
are ya?
also. I do need to try to use these league mechanics to get some better stuff here. Followed your guide. When Settlers first came out, I was able to push further than I ever had build. This time around, I really want to try and push the build to its limits. Gotcha. Yeah, for sure. The build's going to be even better now. You're not really seeing it right now because I'm playing SSF. I'm not like... I don't have everything you would have at this point a couple days into a league on trade. You know, it's solo self-bound, so I'm just limited to what I've been able to get in the last few days. But it's definitely going to be stronger in like the league overall. Trade league really quick, SSF a little bit of time and grind.
We should probably pick that up.
For the cowgirl.
Okay. What Atlas strategies would you recommend for League Start? Not SSF. This has always been my downfall in making currency. Hey man, how's the build going? It's going pretty good, Dylan. I'm really tired right now, so I'm playing pretty terrible, but otherwise doing pretty good. Ritual is pretty good at League Start for money. Expedition's good if you know how to rod crafts. I'd say Ritual's good, Expedition's good. Legion can be really good on this build too.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind.
Expedition is nice early for bubblegum. Currency for 2-gen and rock crafting. Betrayal was good. Maybe it would be better now. Yeah, you can do breaches, but no one really knows how the changes will affect the passive prices. Yeah, I think Katarina could be very useful and very good, because I think like people are going to. I think her uniques might be better, especially Kane, but that's always like a gamble, right? Because you might not get anything good from that. How much alts do I actually have now? If I look at stuff. My currency has been just from getting lucky drops, not enough to push a build to its limit, so I need a big case of get good. Yeah. Would be nice if I could have like decent flasks. That'd be awesome game. It's better than what I had. Duration's longer. More charges. Actually, let's check Expedition bidders. See what we got. We got some juice here. Okay.
Shiny coins, aren't they? It's worth far more. I'll take it. Be reasonable. Okay. I don't think so. Seems reasonable. Fair enough. A man's got to make a living. I shouldn't, but fine.
Pretty much prefer to invest into character for more juice rather than hoarding some stuff. Blight, if you know what you're doing, can net your money. Blight is a really good way to make money in this game.
Are you having a go at me?
You just set up your towers and let them do all the work for you, essentially.
I don't think so. Try it. That's a yes from me. I can't go that low. It's worth far more to try again. Fine. You're pushing a bit far. Try it. Seems reasonable. Fine. I don't think so. Always a pleasure. You're pushing a bit faster, yes from me. Always love these exotic coins. I really think you can. Seems reasonable. Not quite one. I'll take it. Little bit on the low. Always a pleasure. I can't go that low. I don't think pleasure doing business with you. I don't think so. Sure, why not? Are you having a go. Try it. Fine.
How the pedals work, I wonder if something like Anarchy and Tormented Spirits will be OP for money making. Could be.
Got some more?
Regal Orbs, it's like disgustingly nice.
Not happy about it, but not grumpy either. Fair enough. A man's gotta make a living. Suppose I'm feeling generous. Fair enough. That's barely worth my. That's a yes from me. Okay.
80 for,
Got some more? Yeah.
230. Get the hell out of here. That ain't happening.
That's worth far more. Not always a pleasure. I really think it seems reasonable. That's a yes from me. Fair enough. Shiny coins, aren't they? You're being an arse. You're pushing as you're doing business with me. Okay? You're being an arse. Sure, why not? You're pushing a bit fun. I'll take it. A man's gotta make a Oh, really?
Smack the pedals when you have one lane of Blight bosses dead and revive them. Oh, that's pretty, actually, OP, Zane. Yeah, that's fair. Not a bad idea.
Got some more?
I'm actually going to take the oils right now. Maybe if I get enough of these, I might be able to get some kind of annoying coin in short term.
I don't think so. Sure, why not? Be reasonable. Fine. You're pushing a bit far as you're doing business with you. You're pushing a bit. That's a yes from me. Shiny coins, aren't they? That's barely worth one. You're not. For all you've done for us. That's barely worth one. Fine, shiny coins, aren't they? That's barely worth one. Fair enough. A man's gotta make it. Okay. I can't go there. Suppose I'm feeling generous. You're pushing a bit far. For all you've done for us. It's worth far more. Not quite. Sure. Why? Don't give up.
Let's dig.
Alright, Rog, what do we got here?
A bit more stop.
What do we got, Rog?
I've always got more.
Giant Slayer helm. Interesting.
I've a feeling that if I hammer on this thing, it's quite messy. Shall I engrave multi an entire vial of black carnelian?
That's already a pretty crazy helm right there, huh?
Could turn out very well for you.
Better life regen.
Allow me to take my ruined hammer to this thing's tail end. It's your
It's like an
lucky
RF
day.
helm. It's basically like an RF helm. It's got T1 regenerate life and T1 increase life regen, T1 life roll, and a T2 lightning resistance. It's a pretty crazy helm, actually. One divine.
You want the premium deals, I see.
right? You just put fire resistance on there. That's pretty insane. You could convert the fire or lightning into fire, and then you could craft on, like, I don't know, armor or something. I'm Slayer right now.
A bit more stop.
I was kind of hoping that Rog was going to give me like a staff that I could craft with. Ooh.
I've a feeling that if I hammer on this thing's front end, I could knock either an entire vial of black chimeral blood in stock today. Could never put a drop of black.
What is this chest? The armor is pretty terrible though.
Let's try to add more sockets to
Ugh.
this, perhaps. A small etched room could have a benefit. A few small rooms in the right places would do it. One of a feeling that if I hammer on this thing's front end, I
Do we
could
risk
knock some
losing
enchantments
200 life on the chest? This chest has like no armor, but it's got T1 fire, T1 chaos, T2 cold. It's got 200 plus life on it. That's pretty bananas, right?
good to you.
What is that chest? Look at that chest.
No need the mushrooms.
It's kind of disgusting, right? The armor's really low, but dang. Fog crafting is some crazy stuff.
Hail.
Alright, what else we got here? We've got a night helm. Yeah, I'm good. Reroll.
more
I
stuff.
kind of want a staff, Rog. Can you help me out with a staff, please? Amethyst ring could be something.
I've a feeling that if I hammer on this thing's front end, I recently received a full
Oh,
shipment.
we
of
bricked it.
bread. There you go.
What's up, always? How's it going?
I've a feeling that if I hammer on this thing's front end, allow me to take my runed hammer to this thing's tail end. A carefully applied rune of nullification. Something quite. Allow me to take my runed hammer.
we bricked that ring.
Wrap that up for you, I assume. You want the premium things, I see.
We got a judgment staff. What do we do with this thing?
A carefully applied rune of this one's quite messy. Shall I engrave multiple? I recently received a full. Allow me to take my runed hammer to this thing's tail end. I've a feeling that if I hammer on this thing's front end, I could knock some. Allow me to take my rune
Yeah,
put
it's
it to
bricked.
earnest use, I hope. A bit more stock.
Oh, here we go. Ezomite staff. It's got 22. It's got 3 decent mods on there that if we're lucky. Just got to maps today. Build feeling great. Just been unlucky with finding a staff, so I'm running a mace. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm trying to get a better weapon. It's just not working out here. T1 fizz. It's not great.
I recently received a full of a feeling that if I hammer on this thing's front end, you're an investor, I can tell. You've an
Oh, that
eye
got
for it.
bricked.
There you go.
Unfortunate.
You want the premium deals, I see.
Hail! I can scrounge up a few more options. Farewell.
Glad to see you. I've always got more. It's your lucky day. I recently received a full. Allow me to take my runed hammer to the something quite. One of my local contacts found some catalytic. We both win. You want the premium deals, I see. A small etched rune could have a beneficial effect here. Something quite interesting happens when you apply it. I've a feeling that if I hammer on this thing, something quite interesting happens. You'll put it to earnest use, I hope.
What's a mechanic you recommend running for beginners to get decent gear in SSF? What I'm doing right now, Expedition, Harvest Crafting, probably your best bet.
It's your lucky day, Exile. Something quite interesting happens. A small etched
Energy shield?
Something
Ugh.
quite interesting. I've a feeling that if I hammer on this thing's front end, I could knock some of its enchantments about a bit. This one's a bit banged up. I could try to repair it.
Yeah, that could have been a good build, but it got bricked. It's a shame.
Hail. Let's see what else I've got. I'll sing of you.
Glad to see. I've always got more. A small etched rune could have a beneficial effect. I've a feeling that if I hammer on this thing's front end, I could knock some of its enchantments. A small etched rune. Let's try to add more sockets to this, perhaps. I've an entire vial of black. A small etched rune could have a beneficial. I've a feeling that if I hammer on this thing's front end, I'll have a few small runes in the right places. Do we both will?
Never lucky.
It's your lucky day, Exile. I carefully apply. I've an entire vial of black cotton. It's your lucky day, Exile. This one's quite messy. Shall I recently received a full shipment of rare golden chimeral blood. So I've a feeling that if I hammer on this thing's front end, I could knock some. This one's a bit banged up. I could try to repair it, but no blacksmith.
This could have been a good ring if it had a life roll on it. Can you explain how does the General's Cry mechanic work? Sure, so you can't see it right now, but I'll go into this map. So you're gonna notice every couple seconds my war cry goes off. So it just did it right there. And it did it again. But nothing's happening. General's Cry needs corpses near you, and it summons minions based on how many corpses are on the ground. It doesn't consume the corpses, but in order for the cry to generate the minions, there has to be corpses nearby. So we run Desecrate at a low level, and we plop it down. And you'll see these minions have spawned now. So when we do a boss, we plop down Desecrate real quick, and we get extra damage on the boss. When we're mapping, we don't need to use Desecrate, because as we kill stuff, there's corpses all around us. The minions just spawn, naturally. That's the tech.
Here for a deal. A carefully applied rune. I've an entire vial of black. A small etched rune could have a beneficial effect here. I recently received a full shipment of rare golden chimeral blood. Let's try to add more sockets to something quite interesting happens when you apply it. You're an investor. I've got a crate of feasting horror mandibles here. Uncertain of the vintage, so to speak. But it might work out for you.
Yeah, just for the boss, and you use the Desecrate.
Don't drink the water.
Well met. Let's see what else I've got. I can scrounge up a few more options. Survive.
Glad
Trying to see if we get lucky with Rog here.
You want the premium deals, I see.
Doesn't feel like Rog's going in our favor tonight, guys.
I've a feeling that if I hammer on this thing, allow me to take my ruined hand. Something quite interesting happens when you apply a drop of golden chimeral blood to a piece of good deal.
Hey mate, nice Cyclone guide. Your loot filter sounds kind of trigger me, but keep on keeping on. No problem together. Yeah, it's a love it or hate it thing. The minions do decent manage. They're 5-linked, right? Yeah, in my POB I've updated it. Actually, I may not have updated it to a 6-link, but it is on a 5-link. They do decent damage. It's worth running them on your build for sure. It's Gwen and Gut. Yeah, they're pretty insane.
How about these?
Be pretty crazy if you get a stampede from this. I know it's not possible, but
I've always got more. I've always got more. That looks intriguing.
oh, I got a Lion's Eye fall. That's pretty crazy. Good jewel.
Looking for something in particular? Here's another packful. You're getting good at gambling. I've always got more.
Alright, I think that's it for Expedition.
Thanks to you.
We'll do this safe house real quick. Do these boss maps.
Divination card.
Let's see how you fare in my arena.
This one, I'm honored to serve such a noble cause.
A surprise upset.
I should take that up. You should probably pick that up.
I will be cool in my methods.
Oh, shiny! Cha-cha-ching! It's just a useless piece of shit.
Is that what I think that is? The Death's Rush. Holy shit. It's not perfectly rolled. 5% life on kill. Gain adrenaline for 3 seconds would have been dope. Still, that's a pretty good ring. 2 pretty good items right there. Not bad for SSF life. I've got a little side area of my dumps tab here where I've been keeping like decent uniques. We've already got into Calm's Primacies, a Lion's Eye Fall, Death Rush. We got our Aegis Aurora, we got 2 Perseverance Belts, a Storm Prison, and another Carnage Heart. Not too bad actually.
One of my captives hid a beast within his heart. Now, just see my fall.
Did you forget our deal so quickly, Exile?
I was like, I thought that was the intervention. Fortification. It's like, where'd the guy go? Did I call him already? Holy shit.
I want a level move. Killing me was forbid. But if word of our deal makes it to other
There's intervention.
Gravicius, you're the small dudes, exile. Genital grav.
You should probably pick that up.
I
You
can't.
should probably
Oh, we got a Katarina we can go do. We'll do Katarina after this. Watch us get like a YOLO staff. That would be a way to bring up the mood for tonight. I've been so tired. Sorry guys, it's been a long day. But a Katarina would be like a Kane of Callback. Katarina run. Pretty dope.
Divination card. Oh, stab!
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind.
The picture. Can't be. This. It's the Forbidden Vault.
I too am resourceful. Wait. Mortal. Darkness walk. Give in, Joe. Feel death's grip. Darkness walk. Mortal. There's nothing that makes me feel so alive as death. Now come to me, Joe. Let us see what you're
Supposed to use this piece of shit. Cha-ching!
You mean Ralakash? The boots? I would say yes, they can be an upgrade item for the build.
Hundreds of dead rotting soulless in the earth. What a meaningless.
Yeah, Ralakash can be an upgrade for the build.
Yours will serve. Mortal. Darkness walks. You try and try and try to break us, and yet the syndicate is immortal.
No problem.
Any system of belief taken too far can end in tragedy. Go to your grave. Your soul burns for me. Kolamak! Feel death's grip, mortal. Death will never come for an immortal.
You're no immortal. You're a thief. Nothing more.
But I'll
Probably with Maven Red Belt, I guess. Otherwise, I see Tumult being more useful. Yeah.
I give you what
The problem is like,
soul burns for me.
if you want to play Tumult, you gotta use Stampede. So you could use Ralakash, but you're playing regular Cyclone.
Kolamak! Arise, my children. Submit. Let our feed mortal.
We must persevere. Too much hinges on this.
We are not so different. We both do the good of Raycon. Your soul burns for me.
I can't do this just yet. spirit is spent.
Arise, my children. Your hopeless cause will destroy you.
My cause fuels me.
Without you, the Syndicate would never have formed, and for that I must thank you. But you will not be next.
I'll be glad when this intermission stuff's like not a thing anymore. Yeah. Ooh. I think we bypassed that completely.
Your soul burns for me. Give your soul to me. Your soul burns for me.
Did we get the staff?
You can still join us. It's your chance.
Did we get the
to
staff?
anyone you've ever loved or cared about.
I'm afraid to talk to her. Alright, let's do it.
Stop! I can bring them back. Jonah, I can bring your entire order back. Just give me. Shut up!
Hey. I see a staff. Wait. What?
Then.
I thought the staff could only have 2 unveiled modifiers.
Oh, Scarab!
Am I crazy?
What's the useless piece of shit?
I believe in friendly light.
Okay. I've only ever seen them with 2, but I guess like they've always been unveiled at that point. I guess we can go see what we got. What's up, Dirt?
Exile?
Okay. Biz damage, please. Deals double damage while focused. I mean, it's 120 fizz. I'll take it. Okay. Sadly, not quite what we were looking for. It's not terrible, but it's not ideal. %84 increased. Yeah. Doesn't hit the mark. Yeah, we need a much higher.
One of my captors refused redemption. He did not see value in a new life.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Just a useless piece of shit. Oh, scared! Divination card.
Oh, I thought I'd call him in time. That's unfortunate. I thought I'd call him in time.
This is the
It was
key
literally
to
a few hits away.
that stretches the sanity of the mind.
Rip. I do like influence base on this. Be interesting. It might be worth an annul. The problem is that I like the prefix mods. If I could get cold damage or fire damage off of it, that'd be pretty good. Alright. We fucking bricked it. It's a damn shame. Well, did we brick it? Hold on. I think we bricked it. Maybe not. Actually, I don't think so. How high of a fizz roll can I run on this thing? I guess I could do up to 105%. So technically it would be 132. Still not great. It might be better than what I currently have. The 50% increased crit chance while killing would make things feel a little comfier. I don't need impale chance. Maybe I go with bleed. It's for a little extra damage. Blind is kind of nice for defensively. I think I go with blind. Chance to impale with main hand hits is 105%. I think we'll go with blind. Oh, I can just roll flat fizz on this. I have an Exalty. I could hit pretty high. Hey. It worked out. Almost a perfect Exalt. Alright, we have a better weapon. I needed a win tonight, man. It's been rough. Question is, can I get a 5 link on this thing at the very least? If I'm lucky, I'd get a 6, but that ain't gonna happen. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, the fire resist is kind of nice. We're sitting at... It's our lowest of our LEs. But it does mean that I can, that does give me some resistance to play around with some of my other gear. Problem is, can I hit a 5 link at the very least? Oh, we got it. Okay. Whew. On our very last fusing, we got a 5 link. That's kind of fucking insane. Alright. We need 4 red and a blue. Or 4 red would actually be fine, too. But, or 5 red, I should say. But I don't think I'll be that lucky. I mean, the odds of me hitting it are pretty high, but... yeah, it was the very last one. It's almost kind of insane. What I run in this extra slot? I feel like there's something I'm missing from the build right now that I'd want with the gem. Just tired, can't think. Oh, that's fine, honestly. Okay, we have a better weapon. I'll take it. I will take it. This goes in the Hall of Fame with our other staffs that we progressed on this character. You can see the progression of my staffs here. From 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. Now to 6. Not bad actually for just a few days. I love the shaper effect. It looks so dope. Alright, let's go do another map. The 50% chance, if you've killed recently, is actually pretty crazy for mapping. I'll take that.
One of my captives wore many faces, yet kept her true face hidden. Now, she cannot escape her true.
Oh, it's feeling so much better already. So, keeping your weapon upgraded is so important in this game. The influence is that shaping mod right there. The increased critical strike chance, and then I get 50% increased crit chance if I've killed recently. So while I'm mapping, I'm going to have a lot of critical strike chance buff, which feels really nice. You can't run axe with Shockwave, Mark. If you're asking axe or Shockwave, you can run axe instead of running Shockwave if you want. Eventually, though, you're going to want to go Shockwave with a staff because that's what the build is designed around. Oh, this is so much better. This gave me a little bit of the energy back I needed because I was already tired from work and it's been a rough night of SSF, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I'd say whatever your gear stipulates for what you run. You definitely notice a difference on rare mobs. Yeah, it's the extra damage and the extra crit is really nice right now for sure. That's why I stress so much, like, constantly upgrading your weapon is so important as a melee build in this game. Wow, did you see that freeze? That's insane, dude. My internet is just scuffed tonight. I don't know what is going on. Yeah, General's Cry is using Tectonic Slam whenever it goes off. It spawns minions if there's corpses nearby, and then they use Tectonic Slam. When you're bossing and there isn't minions nearby, that's why we run a really low-level Desecrate gem in our setup, so we can throw corpses down. Like, you'll see it on Hydra here in a second. So I run in, I drop corpses, and then it will spawn my minions. I'm noticing a much better damage increase on bossing too. Much better.
This is the key to a crucible. That's
Much better. Much better. Alright, let's go do Shaper.
I see you, little one. Run along here. Run along.
I haven't looked super closely yet, but does build have any sort of explode or prolift? It currently doesn't. You could try running Herald of Ash if you want. I might try that out in place of Pride for mapping, and then when you boss, you swap out Herald of Ash for Pride for more damage. So I might try that on a map after I do Shaper, see how Herald of Ash feels versus Pride. Hey, what's up, Piety? Yeah, I'm definitely noticing way better. Yeah, now Exile. I'm definitely noticing way better single target damage. That extra 80 on the staff is so good. We got this boss. Can my regen sustain? The answer is yes. Yes, it can.
Recklessness will not go unpunished.
Oh, you would do this, you crappy boss, you.
This is your final warning. Leave.
Oh wow, I hate that boss normal mess, but you had no issue there. The new breach changes, I'm so excited to blast breaches of this build. Yeah, it's gonna be dope, dude. This build is gonna be fun at so many things.
You've chosen to side with chaos. This is my world, and you shall obey my order. Break my faith.
Oh, dude, I ran into those balls. Oh my god, dude, come on. Stop it. Gotta play better than that. I've just been playing really bad all night long. It's kind of tragic, actually. I didn't get a cane, I actually got a Shaper staff, which then I harvest crafted, and this is what I ended up with. I annulled off. Was this the thing I annulled? I can't remember, I'm so tired. I did, no, I didn't annul this. We harvest crafted it. trying to remember. I'm tired. But it's nice because it has the Shaper mod that gives me increased crit chance, but also a lot more. I ran right into his balls, dude. I ate his balls. It has increased crit chance, but it also has even more crit chance if you've killed recently. So it's a pretty nice little Shaper mod on there. And then we bench crafted on... Oh, that's what happened. So I nulled the fizz. I nulled the increased fizz on it that I got when I reforged fizz from Harvest. But then I was able to bench craft on a better fizz roll with an Exalt Orb. And I ended up with the 660 fizz DPS. And I was like, okay, that's better than my 570 fizz DPS staff that had less crit on it. How difficult is Betrayal to figure out? Gotta run. Have a nice day, boys. See you, Derp. How difficult is Betrayal to figure out? There's like a bunch of online guides for it, but it's probably going to change a lot with the patch, so I'm kind of hard to say like what's going to be good and what's not going to be good. Alright. What currency strat would you recommend in 3.26? I'm not quite sure what I'm going to recommend in 3.26. I think Katarina could be profitable. I don't know how many people are going to run Katarina, so... And I think some of the uniques could be really interesting, like Kayn, now that it can roll, essentially, up to 4 Veiled mods. Oh, stop it, man. Come on. Focus. Ooh, that was spicy.
Inconsequential.
I say we should phase him right now. Any alts to Shockwave? This build is built. This whole build is based around Shockwave and using staff, so I'm gonna say no. You can tweak it and obviously swap in a different support gem if you want, but we take Shockwave because it's really good with clear. It's a really good mapping skill, and it does really good damage overall for a support. Let me see if I can demonstrate it without dying right now. Alright, am I being chased by rare? That yeah, okay. Where's my Shockwave? So this is what I have the MTX on Shockwave. This is what it does for you. All these explosions you see going off are Shockwave. That's Shockwave. Every time you see these white clouds of smoke around me, that's Shockwave. Is your AoE actually bigger than when you first channel, or is that just how? That's the MTX, yeah, that's not. Don't be deceived.
These memories are mine. I cannot lose them.
They lie to you, Father. I'm your true memory.
To save the future, the past must be sacrificed.
Come to me.
Failure.
Dude, I always hit the damn ball when I come back in from that.
Failure.
Oh, dude, I thought that was the first charge. I didn't realize that was actually his second one.
Unending darkness.
I'm wasting all my portals again. I'm terrible at this game.
Buy me some time.
Nope, you can come all the way over here. Yeah, I'm just playing really bad tonight. I'm very, very tired. Had a long day. Really not playing ideally here.
Stay close.
I think I got enough of those away from Zana that I can kind of focus on this. Jeez. It's just stuff everywhere. Cool shaper.
We need to close.
Look at this arena. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh. Wait, what? What happened there? She didn't even do her thing before he did his cast. Where was the shield before he did his cast, dude?
Failure. Ambivalence. Death.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I don't have it when I go in the zone. Alright. Yikes. That was pathetic. We got it, but that was pathetic. Yikes. I don't even know, man. That was a combination of, like, me playing really bad, but that felt way harder than it needed to. Yeah, thanks. I shouldn't be proud of that. That was an awful performance. In the hands of someone competent, do so much more. Alright.
Seize power. Impressive, mortal. Impressive, mortal. Seize power from anarchy. Impressive, mortal. Seize power from anarchy. Impressive, mortal. Impressive, mortal.
Yeah, I think part of the issue I'm noticing playing SSF right now is on my first test character. I had a roomies and I farmed Blight before I did bossing, so I had full spell block. Right now I don't have any spell block. So I think I'm taking more damage than I should from certain things because my block isn't capped for spell right now. I think farming Blight first and getting my oil so I can get my annoyance, and then scaling my block up a bit is probably a better play before I start going into bossing on the build.
Nakora.
Over here.
Approach, challenger.
That's a blast.
Yeah, SSF is a lot of fun. It's just more grind to get like the things you need, you know, to get stuff online and do stuff. But it's definitely a lot of fun for sure.
What's the useless piece of shit?
Boss room is up this way. Just trying to go to bosses right now and get the frags. Skipping all the league stuff. Oh yeah. I hope he doesn't regain his life as ES every time he phases, because that's just going to be annoying. About to find out. Okay, good. That would have been dumb. Cole is nice. Cole is nice. I do, Pixie. I crafted this thing. It's got 127 increased fizz, benchcraft with another was that T6 hybrid, T2 flat, benchcraft the T4 increased fizz, and then I got the shaper mod in there, increased crit chance, 50% increased crit while mapping. The other stats are kind of, the fire resist is kind of nice because that's T1 fire resist and that's a lot, so that kind of actually helps with resistance pressure on the gear. So Yeah, it's not bad for a few days into this SSF test, for sure. Chateau! It's the chateau! Yeah, I was struggling earlier until we got this staff upgrade. Definitely feels much nicer now. See, this is where that spell block comes in really handy with all these projectiles. Wouldn't have felt so bad if I had that.
Orb of Skeleton.
Tell a Moana warrior. Nakora, I am sorry.
Yeah, I'm just kind of rushing to bosses right now so I can get frags.
Can't do this just yet.
I play Cyclone in Legion League, never touch again. Maybe it's time to spin a win again this league. It's fun. It's definitely a vibe for sure.
This piece of shit.
Yeah, if we do a Herald of Ash test, but the problem is like I haven't designed this build around running Herald of Ash, so I'd be interested to see like what that looks like. Like Herald of Ash doesn't ignite enemies. Right? It says burn, not ignite. So I don't think that Fiery Mastery does anything unless you're scaling ignite. Unless I'm reading that wrong. I do want to try to see what Herald feels like instead of Pride. How much mana reservation is this? This is 25%. I don't have a red socket to run it. Rip. How many chromies do I have? Oh no, I just replaced Pride with it. problem is I am running brutality right now. So I don't know. I'd have to drop brutality, I think, and run something else. I guess this takes your fizz damage and converts it into fire. So should it matter that I'm running brutality? We can see what it feels like when I start in the next map.
Just a useless piece of shit. Cha-ching.
So the mobs are exploding. So Herald of Ash is proccing. I just don't know if that's like doing damage or you can see it. I feel like this is a Google question. Someone surely has Googled this, and someone far smarter than me has broken down the intricacies of the game. I feel like this is kind of like, I don't know if this is really... I'm not sure. I feel like Herald of Ash still works even with brutality. Because it's converting your physical damage into fire damage. I think this just means that Cyclone, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this just means that Cyclone supported skills deal no elemental damage. But like that doesn't change that my, even if that did affect Cyclone, it doesn't change that my Tectonic guys are doing fire damage and they're not using brutality. So it's probably good for clear. It feels like it is. Definitely feels good. Now, the real question, anytime I use a skill, I am noticing a pretty good increase here. Yeah, this feels legit. Now, let's see, that burning damage that it puts on them, does that really do anything? Probably not. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I can buy it in Act 2. I'm getting these like incredibly weird like frame drops. I'm not sure what that is. I hate this boss so much. Oh, oh, okay, good. Yeah. So you kill an enemy, other enemies near them will be burned based on the overall damage the burn inflicted by the skill. Yeah, I think this is a thing. It feels like it's working. It's also like level 3 or 4 or something on the top of your tree, scaling fizz and not fire. Sorry, what do you mean? Ooh, that felt spicy. Why does this guy hurt so much? Oh, okay. This guy hurts a lot. What is hurting me so bad here? I guess the increased cast speed. But I'm getting chunked. I'm not sure why. We'll just run a different eradicator. I kind of want to do one of these bosses with the Herald of Ash and see how it feels without the use of Pride on like mini bosses. I don't really care about running Herald of Ash on everything but like actual bosses. I want to see how big of an impact it is on a unique versus a rare.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Maybe I run... Alright, let's go back to Pride and see what this feels like. I don't know, it's hard to say. They feel kind of similar. Like, I don't really feel like my clear is too much of an issue with Pride. It kind of feels similar. Yeah, I don't really feel like I have a problem with clear. Alright. The real question is, what MTX do I have? Celestial will go. All celestial. It does look cool. Alright, dude. How many points away am I from running a Blight tree? 100 Atlas completion. What am I at? 99? Might be time to farm some. I gotta check my oils, but I feel like I definitely need to get 8 pneumatic defense ASAP and pick up versatile. We gotta fix defense. I'm definitely noticing a damage decrease even on a mini boss. So it could be annoying just I guess if you're just like mapping, but I feel like I don't know. Yeah. What's up, Garmer? Could be interesting. Not sure yet. Not sure about the new ability. It does look really cool. I'm not gonna lie. When the pops go off. I will say it feels like it's better on clear. For sure. But wonder if when it's max level if
This piece of shit.
thanks Josh. CC for the subs. Alright, see this guy destroys me again. Oh, rip. Alright, so I'm not gonna put Pride in, I just want to use Herald of Ash and see how this feels. Damage seems fine. Even with Herald of Ash. So that's good. I do the lightning dance. Oh my gosh. Alright. I think we're gonna close the night out with Elder, and that'll be that. Just a little too tired, too long of a day at work. Absence of value and meaning.
do this just yet.
Blood, Sand, Pride, and Precision are ores. Yeah, use Blood and Sand, Flesh and Stone, Pride, and Precision. Where do the endurance charges come from? Generation, I mean. So Robin, when you go crit, you're gonna pick up Smashing Strikes here, and that gives you endurance charges gain on melee critical strike. Because we're critically striking all the time, we always have endurance charges, as you see right now. Prior to going crit, you get endurance charges one of two ways. You can either grab endurance charges from Disciple of the Unyielding on kill, or you can grab endurance charges from Inexorable whenever you get hit. But once we go crit, we just take this to get our endurance charges, Smashing Strikes. And it also gives us extra crit chance and stuff. Maybe we get a dope Watcher's Eye. Beginning to believe.
To me, exile, quickly.
Me exile. Oh well, that's an interesting amulet, huh?
I believe in traveling light.
About determination or purity of elements, are we tanky enough? Yeah, Josh. Ever since they reworked armor in 3.25, we don't need to run determination, and we're well good on resistances here. So you can see like my chaos resistance is low. I still need to fix that, and our armor could be a little bit higher, but it's at 65%. And when we use our flasks, it's well over 20,000. Is this still regular Cyclone? I'm still only using regular Cyclone right now, Sep. I've only been playing this character for about 4 days in an SSF like setting, or actually 1 day and 19 hours of actual game time. No way I'm gonna have a Stampede and a Cyclone of Tumult in a SSF like setting that quick. Despair is no reservation. Damn. Crazy. Increased damage over time. Ooh, this is a very expensive amulet. Easily a divine. Not very expensive, it's just easy money. Alright, so we effectively now have 2 of our 4 for Uber Elder. Yeah, you can totally do normal Cyclone and just like wear regular boots and scale movement speed and stuff for sure. If I could hit a red, I could run Herald of Purity with Ash. I'm pretty certain. Maybe? Maybe not. 25% mana reservation. I think I could. I think Herald of Purity with Herald of Ash might be the play for mapping, and then you just go to Pride. I technically don't need to run a Precision right now. Like, I should, but like if you look at my accuracy, I am at 99% chance to hit with Precision because I don't have it leveled. If I toggle Precision off, I'm at like 98% chance to hit. That's fine, honestly. Question is, can I hit 5 red with a blue? What's Varici say? What are the odds? Just Chrome, apparently. Yeah, the question is, can I hit the blue on the link? You know what I mean? I guess if I get all red, it doesn't matter either. I can just do a different support. A, easy money. Okay. When in doubt. And then we just put our Herald of Purity here. Now we can run Herald of Purity, which has given us essentially 9% more fizz damage versus... This is a huge amount of damage. You just save it for bossing though. And that's like perfect. Then we run Herald of Purity with... What would go good here? We're using Celestial. Sun Prism maybe? Alright, let's see what this feels like, guys. Let's do a map with this aura setup. See what the AoE feels like. Or just the clear in general. Yeah, they're gonna be pretty interesting. For sure. Yeah, I think we just use Pride when we do an actual boss, not even a map boss. And it looks and feels pretty good. Not this particular build, but I have ideas for Starfall for sure. Pretty good.
We are pleased.
Getting stuck in the train. That feels pretty good. Thanks MTS for the sub. Feels pretty good. I actually was thinking like doing some kind of cast on crit wave of conviction build with Starcaller, like the mercenary version of wave of conviction that does like an AoE around you. I think that with the Starcaller throwing stuff down and scaling like elemental damage and some kind of cast on crit setup would be a lot of fun. Don't Heralds have 66 reduced reservation next patch? Can we run them with pride? If they have that less mana reduction, we can POB it out and see. I would be very interested in that. How do you guys feel about the Herald of Purity with Herald of Ash? I think Herald of Ash was a really good suggestion. I know Jung did it on his build. I think using that with Herald of Purity, that gives us back some of our fizz damage on mobs. And we get the clear. It feels pretty good. And then we just swap to Pride. And we go boss. Should be fine. Monster reduction. I really don't like when they have monster reduction. Let's see. We do have ignore 30% biz reduction there. We have another 20% here. So like 50% of the time, we pick up. It's in this cluster right here. We have to shift some points. I don't know. Can I actually? Do you have any refunds? Can I move this dexterity at all yet? I can't. That, we can't lose that. That's all of our accuracy. Yeah, because I think like if I was going to put points in the tree next, I'd probably just go here for more damage. That's what I'd probably do. That gets us to like 96, and then I would probably take the hits of it. Well, no, because that's like 50% plus that's 80. That gets us to 100. So I'd probably go with Mastery. Actually, doesn't really do much for us here, but these 3 nodes might be just decent damage overall. Or we could just go more into defenses. We could take just life. Probably scale more life, maybe. The damage is always nice. Oh, we got that Quicksilver Flask for our upgrade. Still need that spell block.
Jumping in. Death's the only.
Harder, mate. A little more. Go on.
I am well equipped.
Somehow, nothing else. Right.
of the light on this beautiful continent.
There's no limits, no law.
Hurry, queen!
Stay.
I just...
The price of failure. The price of failure. Not even a
Think something pick that up. That's a fast.
Hail!
Let's use this piece of shit. Let's use this piece of shit. Cha-ching.
I think Sunder is probably quicker for leveling if that's what you're concerned about. I think they're both fine skills though.
Cha-ching.
Cyclone versus Cyclone, go Cyclone.
That's a fast.
Getting about Endless with the non-crit version feel good enough on bosses when we're only getting them on kill when we get hit. I would not recommend the non-crit build for bossing. So I put that level 90 Resolute Technique tree in there in case people are a little bit slow to making the swap to crit, but you want to go crit as soon as possible. You don't want to stay non-crit. I highly recommend that you do not stay non-crit. I have that in there because it's easier not to scale crit, but you should be trying to make the conversion as soon as possible. It's a noticeable difference in damage. Considerable noticeable difference in damage. What about Tectonic Slam? If I'm gonna... Are you asking me for like what you use as an ability or what your General's Cry is using? When do you go crit? Just the level 90 bitch mark, or is there a marker for when to go? So in my new POB, I've expanded the notes section. And in here I have a section on when to swap to crit. So basically, excuse me, when you acquire a staff with solid physical DPS, it's the time to transition. Ensure your hit cap by investing in the Eagle Eye passive cluster and taking the mastery that provides plus 500 accuracy rating, also going with precision. So you want to, when you go to swap to crit from the level 90 Resolute Technique tree, you're going to want to unspec Resolute Technique, obviously. You're going to want to come up here and grab these points for smashing strikes. You're going to want to also take this crit multi cluster here with the 25% to crit multi. And then if you need help with getting hit capped and some additional crit chance, you take Eagle Eye here with the plus 500 to accuracy rating. If you shift your points around like I do, going from this tree to the crit one, I don't take Eagle Eye here because I assume that you have a little bit of accuracy on your gear. But you can easily just shift points around and take this to help get hit capped. But essentially you just want to be hit capped when you go crit. And then you want to take as many crit things on the tree as possible. So like these crit staff nodes, this crit cluster. If you need to, you can also take this crit here. In the POB, you use a jewel to scale some extra crit and crit multi. But you'll notice that because I'm playing an SSF right now, or I'm testing an SSF character, I don't have cluster jewels. So I took this crit right here and crit multi to help out with my crit build. I needed help with accuracy, so I took Eagle Eye right here. I have the crit cluster here. Those are the things you kind of want to do. If you take those things on the tree, you should be able to go crit. You just don't like Sunder? Yeah, that's why I updated my build to use Cyclone with General's Cry. It just feels nicer. Yeah, so the way General's Cry works, I have to go on a map. So you're going to notice every few seconds my war cry goes off. So I'm standing here and then you're going to see this little war cry effect there. So that's General's Cry. I have General's Cry hooked up to auto exertion, which makes my war cry go off every couple seconds. The way General's Cry works is that if there's corpses nearby, it spawns minions. Those minions will then use whatever skill you have linked to General's Cry, in which case we have Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm. If there's no corpses nearby, no minions will spawn. So we run a level 1. Yeah, because when you're mapping, you just Cyclone, and the corpses that you leave behind you will spawn the minions. Now when you go to boss, it does kind of become like a 2-button build. When you run into the boss, you drop your 2 Desecrates on the boss, and then you just spin. The General's Cry doesn't consume the corpses. The corpses just need to be nearby, so it keeps respawning minions like you see right now. So, yeah, you run into a boss room, you drop Desecrate, and then you just spin the rest of the fight. But when you're mapping, you never need to use Desecrate. You just spin and your minions will spawn from the corpses of enemies. I was using Sunder on my General's Cry, so my minions were using Sunder until I swapped to Tectonic Slam. Yeah, the only reason we have Desecrate is just when you start a boss fight, you know, you just throw down like 2 of them. It takes 2 corpses to spawn 1 minion, and you can have up to 5, so you need 2 Desecrate pools. Each Desecrate pool has 5 minions in it. So you just drop Desecrate twice, and then you spin for the rest of the boss fight. And that 1 extra button we have to push whenever we do a boss is millions more of damage on the build when you scale it out, so it's 100% worth it. Oh, we have a Screaming Invitation. I guess we could go do Eater real quick. You can't do Blade Flurry because Blade Flurry requires a one-handed weapon or like a dagger or claw, and we use staffs for our block build. So you can try out different abilities on General's Cry, but Blade Flurry won't be one of them. As long as you're playing my build with the staff. The minions don't matter, Jake. You just need corpses for your General's Cry to spawn minions. It doesn't matter what's in like the pool. Well, this cane turned out to be a wash, so it is what it is. Absolutely not. None of this is good. I don't think we're powerful enough to roll these, but we'll see. Can't be leached from as a game changer. This should be fine actually. We have a little bit less accuracy, but that should be fine. Let's give this a shot. So we'll go do Eater real quick. Does this scale into T17 with investment? It does, Alan. If you look at my POB, I have all different kinds of loadouts built into it for different phases of the build. To include a really high investment tree for doing like juice T17s and Ubers. Now I will say what can be a little annoying on bosses is your desecrates have to be relatively nearby you in order for your minions to spawn. So if they're not, you have to like replace your desecrate every now and then. So on bossing it can kind of be like a pseudo 2-button build. Oh, you know what? I'm not even using Pride right now. I kind of screwed up. That's funny. We're just still using Herald of Ash and Herald of Purity. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, we're not even using our right ores. Well, Murat, I am playing on SSF, so there is that. Yeah, we weren't even using Pride. Huh. Not a dumb question to ask what PDR is. Yeah. I did also roll the Eater, so he has mods and stuff. It's not like I just stuck the invitation in. My movement speed is so scuffed right now. You think that the new Relic Cache Arms will be a good combo for this build. Yeah, I don't know what you're expecting, Marat. Like, it's not going to be like, you know, Volcanic making a Fisher or, you know, Lightning Strike in 3.25. It's also SSF with no 6 links and no optimized gear. Just a couple days of play. Yeah, if you want to take this and play it on trade and have 2 6 links and a staff that has 150 biz more damage and better optimized stats, it'd be a different story, I think. Kind of want to re-roll my Quicksilver now that I have a higher base level one. Well, like, I get it, but like, people are like, so there's like gonna be 3 or 5 builds that trivialize the entire game. Then everything else is gonna be fine. But like in SSF, where I haven't had any 6 links drop, I haven't been able to do any 6 links at all. Like, so I haven't had a single 6 link drop on this character in the last 3 days that I played it. I haven't been able to link a 6 link at all. I've used all my fusings up. The best staff I've been able to craft is this. And I rolled an eater that had mods on it. I didn't just stick the invitation in the map device. I actually rolled it and put mods on there. So I don't know, like, yeah, people want to be able to just run in and kill the boss in like 5 seconds or something. Like, it's, you know, and there'll be builds that can do that, but I've never advertised this build to be that. Now, if I was playing this on trade and I had, once again, 2 6 links and a much better staff and a cluster jewel setup and everything else that I have in my POB, because I could just trade with players and get it, then sure, I'd be doing a lot more damage. But the point of me doing this character is to show people, hey, I don't need to play trade. Like, I'm trying to show the build at its weakest point. I'm playing it in SSF. I don't have access to trade. I don't have access to other gear. And can it clear the Atlas? Can it do the bosses? Can it get you your Void Stones? Can it be a League starter? At its weakest point. So this is the build at its weakest state, because I don't have access to all the resources that most people will have because they're going to play trade, and yet I can do everything in the game right now as a League starter, right? I can clear the Atlas, do my Void Stones, do bosses, and I'm also not a great player. Like, I'm an average player. Like, you could give this character right now to a much better skilled player, and they wouldn't have died on that fight. So it's just, I don't know. I don't know what people expect. I think, yeah, people's expectations sometimes are just go play a meta build, you know? And don't play SSF if you're not going to play a meta build, I would also say. How much more AoE do you think you will get in next patch compared to what we're seeing now? It's not a huge amount of AoE increase, Jimmy. Cyclone of Tumult has a much larger radius. Like, so if you look at my Cyclone right now, if we go, like, say we put my Cyclone on the edge of the map device right here, you can see it kind of hitting the edge of my stash, right? So this is like my current AoE radius for the Cyclone. If we go on my character on standard right now from Settlers, they're using Cyclone of Tumult. And if we go to my hideout, you'll see that the radius is slightly larger on this guy, and the radius is going to be increased further than this slightly in the next patch. So it's larger, and it's going to get a little bit larger in 3.26. But yeah. Let's see here. Let me roll a map. What is this? So let's just go do this invitation real quick on my high-end character. Now obviously this isn't an uber boss, but we'll go do this fight real quick.
You must win this one for me.
This is not with general. This is not. I don't have General's Cry, by the way, on this build. Can't stand in the shit when he does the underground thing, but yeah.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, so you can build the character to trivialize the bosses like that guy was talking about. It just requires investment. And that's without General's Cry, that's just Cyclone. So I don't mind showing the difference. I just like, you know, there's not going to be many builds that are going to go into Eater on a League starter for most people and like kill the boss in 5 seconds. That's not realistic unless you're playing some broken meta build. But that's what people's expectations are.
Impressive, mortal. Impressive. Seize power. Impressive.
I don't like players can't regenerate life. It just feels not fun. Alright, this looks fine. Jungle Valley is one of my favorite tile sets. Yeah, like the whole point of me playing this character is just to show people that the build is a League starter. You can play it with the complete restrictions on being able to access any kind of power creep from trade. And you can still, in a few days like I've done, you know, I'm on day 4 here, you can still clear your Atlas, get your Void Stones, and do bosses. And you can do it if you're not even a good player like I am. I make constant mistakes all the time because I'm like, you know, your typical gamer.
A little sliver of anarchy.
Divination card. Regal Orb.
Well, I was actually reading your comment, Crix, and completely not even looking at my screen when I died to all that frost stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, when I played trade, and, you know, that guy could go back and look at my videos from last fall. Like, the videos are still there. In 1 week on trade at the beginning of 3.25, I was doing T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses on that character I just showed you. So, like, that's trade. In trade, you can get access to all the stuff you need, so you can craft an 80 Divine Staff and do all that stuff I did. That's what trade allows you to do, is complete the game in a very short amount of time. I'm flirting with the idea of playing SSF, but part of the reason why I think this is useful to people that are interested in playing at least my version of Cyclone is I am showing you that with like almost no effort, or I'm sorry, with no investment from trade, this is a league starter. Like, I'm in T15, T16s doing void stones and killing bosses, and I have like one hand tied behind my back because, you know, you can pick up a 6-link on trade for like 20 chaos, right? You can get, I could have a 6-link staff and a 6-link chest for less than a divine, and I could then roll them and stat them the way I need to. I would already be using Stampede boots right now, and I'd have Cyclone of Tumult. I'd have 2 6-links. I'd have 2 6-links. I'd have all my implicits squared away on my gear. My flasks would be perfectly rolled, and they would have, you know, auto flask capability with instilling orbs. Each of my flasks would have 3 charges, max grant hits, and then whatever stat I want on each one. You know, part of me wants to play trade so I can show how quickly you can scale the build, you know, so people get a good idea of what it's like. But, you know, I was getting a little annoyed when people said that you can't league start as Cyclone, and I was like, well, I'm doing everything you need to do in a league start build right now, so I don't know. I think some people's definition of league starting is like, oh, I want to be able to go kill, you know, Uber Cyrus on day 3. Well, that might be their definition of a league starter. Unfortunately, that's what not 99% of players are going to be doing on day 3 of this game. So what they want is a meta build that is broken. Really appreciate the effort you put into this build. Hyped for League Start already. I appreciate it, Parv. As a PoE 2 refugee, this is the perfect pace to pick up the game and learn this build. There's plenty of good builds out there too. I'm not going to even try to say mine's the best for like new players. I think Cyclone is a good archetype for new players to learn, but people don't understand that we play SSF because of like the pain. I can play trade and get a mage blood in less than a week. Yeah, like we talked about. General's Cry should be pressed manually and the rest in weapon. No. So it depends on how you want to play General's Cry. Right now I'm using General's Cry with auto exertion. So it just auto casts itself, and all I have to do is throw down Desecrate when I go to do a boss. Otherwise, if I'm near corpses, it'll spawn my minions, so I don't need to do that when I'm mapping. It's like right now I'm going to go fight Drox. You're going to see I'm going to throw down 2 Desecrates, and then I never have to put down corpses again, because my minion, they don't consume the corpses and they'll just keep respawning on top of him. And then you just go fight Drox, basically. I don't know how much this is going to hurt with him doing his little fist thing right now. Like, the other thing too about trade is, like, right now you guys are watching me farm frags so that I can go summon Uber Elder. In trade, you just buy the frags. You don't have to farm all these maps like I'm doing. You can just go buy the frags and then go do Uber Elder. But yeah, you know, like in SSF, you gotta farm like 20 to 40 maps and get your frags, and then you can go do that stuff. So, yeah. You can have your 4 Void Stones on day 1 because you can just buy the frags. Probably more like day 2. Probably more like day 2, to be honest. It's my second soul rest that I've seen in, like, what, 2 hours? I think the game is telling me to go play a minion build. I've always loved spin to win since D2. Yeah, Whirlwind in D3 was like one of my favorite skills. I really liked Whirlwind in D3, it was a lot of fun. Okay. Probably got another 20 minutes in me. I do gotta go to bed at some point. I do got work tomorrow. Tomorrow will probably be my last day playing around with this character. I don't know, I'm trying to get like the stuff I need to summon Maven and Uber Elder so I can get my last 2 Void Stones before the end of tomorrow, because I'd like to take Thursday off and give myself a day off to have some R&R before the league. So my plan is to try to get these 2 Void Stones by tomorrow, and then I want to do an updated video on the channel just kind of talking about all the changes to the POB. I can show off this character and show that for the second time I was able to level up a character in a private league without any trade, and you know, do my Atlas and everything as a league starter. Just as a proof of concept. This character has been a lot rougher because I think what made my first run so successful was, at least from SSF perspective, was farming Blight on the Atlas so that I could get Enigmatic Defense anointed, so that I could then take Versatile Combatant, and with those 2 things I'd have a lot more spell block right now. And then I actually got a Roomies to drop, which scales your attack block and spell block. So on my first SSF character I had 65% block and attack and spell block. Right now I'm getting chunked by spells because, you know, it's SSF and I don't have the oils to get this, and I haven't gotten a Roomies to drop yet. So it's a little, the build is a little dependent on a Roomies early on to do the block tech. So that is kind of a thing that you have to, on SSF, you have to kind of deal with that a little bit. Until you get a Roomies, you're gonna, I mean, I could just Chance Orb Granite Flasks. That sounds kind of terrible, but I don't think Roomies is a pretty rare unique. It's pretty common. So I mean, yeah, you could like grab a Granite Flask, I guess. Sounds like a terrible idea. And you could just like try to, you have to scour it over, yeah. You could do this. Maybe you get lucky and hit, you know, a Roomies. But I don't recommend it, you know. You're gonna go through a lot of scouring orbs. But we did get a Coves to drop. We need this for completion. This would give us our 100. What does this map have? Please don't have monsters can't be leeched. Okay, we can do this. Yeah, we complete this and we get our last point that we need to unlock our final tree. So I could actually set up a Blight farming tree for tomorrow. Maybe try to get the oils I need. What does my oils look like right now? Yeah, see, we need, I think, for Enigmatic Defense. We need 3 violets, which aren't super rare when you're farming Blight, but if you're not doing Blight, those are incredibly hard to get. So I think I'll set up a tree for Blight, and I'll farm a lot of Blight tomorrow, try to get my oils, then go back to doing some boss maps. I don't know. Blight takes a little bit of time to grind out, but if I just go for the 3 violet oils and then swap back over, it shouldn't take too long maybe. Are you looking at the POB It should have it. Give me 1 second. Yeah, you might have to refresh the video on YouTube, but I can link it. I did update the POB in the description for the live stream. But, that is the POB. I made some edits to it. So we should have our 3rd tree now, yeah. Nice. That point there. I'm gonna complete this map. So today was pretty good overall. We got some of our frags we need for the void stones, but more importantly we crafted a pretty good weapon. Better weapon than what I had at least.
Approach, challenger.
Risky.
Team risky. Why Mageblood is better than HH for this endgame? Mageblood is good because it's good for everything. It's good for mapping, it's good for bossing. Headhunter is really only good for mapping. Headhunter doesn't provide you any benefit when you're bossing. But one of the funnest things you'll ever do in this game is play a build with Headhunter and go mapping. It is a vibe for sure.
Or it would be red. I am still fucking red. Hi, Team Red. Supposed to use this piece of shit.
Yeah, Headhunter is just like fun. It's a lot of fun. It'd be crazy if I get one to drop. Alright, so we're gonna do something here real quick. I do have a lot of expedition books from doing expedition, or logbooks I should say. Quite a few of these. Oh, we do have some synthesized maps too. But yeah, look at this. I have all these expedition logbooks that need to be run. I've got like, what is this, 10 of them so far? It's pretty good. Don't burn out before Friday. Yeah, tomorrow's my last day, Josh, and then I'm going to take a break before Friday. Tomorrow's going to be mostly just like prepping stuff up in the POB so I can do an update video. In the POB, Michael, it's you got to go to the right loadout, but right now, if you look at my build on my staff, I'm using General's Cry with Tectonic Slam, Auto Exertion, Melee Fizz, and Concentrated. Make sure you're looking at the right loadouts on the tree, but I mean, pretty much all of them have General's Cry added now. So in the POB, General's Cry is right here on the skill setup. It's pretty much on every tree. You basically level with Spectral Throw at 20, and then after you swap to Sunder at the end of Act 1 like I have here, then you're going to use Sunder as your primary skill at this point. And then once you get into Act 3 in your 30s, you're going to swap over to Cyclone and General's Cry and not use Sunder anymore. You'll put Sunder on your General's Cry, basically. I had my auras sitting in the weapon, and I had to drop Herald of Purity to fit General's Cry into the build, and then I shifted my other auras around to just random gem slots to kind of make the gear work. The socket pressure is pretty tight now since we're running General's Cry. Yeah, I'm gonna spec my tree real quick for Blight, and then I think that's it for tonight. We're gonna call this Blight Farm. I might do one map just so you guys can see. So the idea behind Blight, I'll show this real quick. So what we're trying to do here is put all of our points into the Blight stuff. So we're going to come up this way and then go left here, all the way down to this Blight wheel down here. Then we're going to come up this way, and we're going to grab the Blight here. We're going to grab this Blight over here. You're not going to take Cassia's Pride. Then you're going to come over here. This is very important. So this gives us Blight reach. What this does is when we complete Blight in a map, you're going to not, as soon as you finish the Blight, you're going to ignore the rewards and you're going to immediately go and kill a bunch of monsters. Because basically for 60 seconds after you finish a Blight, there's a potential that maps that drop from the rest of the monsters in the map you're doing can be blighted maps. So basically the Blight strategy here is we run the Blight in the map we're doing, and then we immediately kill as many monsters as we can afterwards. It does require us to have to backtrack to loot the Blight rewards, but the whole object of this is to get blighted maps so that we can then farm Stampede. So you use Blight Reach as a way to try to generate more Blight maps, essentially. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I'll go over it again, sorry. So basically you're going to path up this way on the Atlas tree, and then you're going to come left over here, and you're going to take this Blight area right here. By the time you unlock your third tree, like I just did, you're going to have like 100 points, so you're going to be able to spec this out almost completely. Oh, they dropped the new Atlas tree? Awesome, okay. I just need a planner to update with the new tree, and then I can redo my trees. So I'll try to put that in the new revised POB. But yeah, I guess like in the old Atlas, you would come down here, grab this Blight, and oh yeah, sorry, it might prevent you from doing links. If you DM me the link, I can take a look at it. So you grab the Blight down here, then you come up here and you grab this Blight cluster. You come over here and you grab this Blight cluster, and then you just kind of come up here and you get Fungal Horizons. And Fungal Horizons is what gives us Blight Reach. And Blight Reach is the thing that I was talking about. This means as soon as you finish a Blight mechanic in your map, you have 60 seconds to kill as many monsters, and they have a chance for the maps they drop to be Blighted maps. And like I said, it's kind of unfortunate you got to backtrack to get the Blight rewards, but the whole point is we're trying to generate as many Blight maps as possible so we can go run Blight maps to try and get the Stampede boots. And then also just this is going to give us a ton of perks from doing Blight. So then you're going to basically, like I said, by the time you unlock your third tree like I did, you're going to have like 100 points to spend. So you're just going to allocate everything on the tree like I'm doing right now if you want to farm Blight. So then we're going to come over here and we're going to take this right here. And that's pretty much all of our Blight clusters. Now we're going to basically, oh, I'm sorry. And then there's this one right over here. And now we have all of our Blight on the tree. So then we're going to grab, we're going to come here and we're going to block mechanics. So we're going to basically make it so that Blight is the only thing that can spawn. So we're going to block all these different league mechanics right here. But we're going to leave this one because we want Blight to spawn. So we're going to prevent ultimatums from appearing in our maps. We're going to prevent deliriums from appearing in our maps. The only thing we want is Blight in our maps. And then we're going to pick up some map chance stuff so that we can still have map sustain. So we have 2 void stones, so we still need to have 50% tier chance for higher map tiers. So we're going to take the 2 shaping clusters right here. These 2 clusters right here will give us our 50% chance for map drops to be 1 tier higher in conjunction with the 2 void stones. That gives us a 100% chance at this point. Oh, I gotta respec all that. That sucks. So yeah, let me do that real quick. Okay, and then we're going to take our map chance. Some extra map points here. And then I think I have essences on this. The other thing we're going to grab is we're going to come down here. We'll grab these map nodes right here. More map chance. And then at this point, I think I'm just grabbing scarabs and essences. So we'll grab essences first because we need, the idea behind this tree is to farm Blight and essences. So we're going to grab the essence nodes here. We'll grab these essence nodes right here. We'll grab these essence nodes right here. And then we're going to grab these 3 points right here. Don't take Crystal Resonance. This means that any essence mob you kill is going to actually buff the map boss. And this is a little too much for a league starter. Your build needs to be pretty strong to be able to kill map bosses that have a bunch of essence stuff on them. Then after we grab all the essences, we just grab scarab stuff. Put all the rest of the points into scarab stuff. And that's pretty much the tree. Actually, I'm going to go for these right here first. There's our Blight tree. Alright, so now if I go and run a map, what do I want to run? Let's do Toxic. So Blight, I like doing Blight on certain map sets because it's not like good on others. So Desert Spring's a good one. Let's do this. Okay. And you just clear the map like normal until you get to Blight. Ideally, we're going to find Blight early on, so then we have a lot of monsters to kill to try to get Blighted maps. So this is like perfect. You can see that Cassia is right here right now. Now I like to clear a little bit around Cassia, because we're going to have to like put our lanes down. So I like to clear a little bit around her. And then we're going to spawn the pump. And it's going to go off in 2 directions. So what you want to kind of do is look at the area and you want to make an assessment. So this is a pretty good choke point right here. So we'll put a freeze here. We're going to put a fire tower right here. And then we can buff him with this empower one. And then we're going to come up to the choke point probably up here. Okay, we got 3 towers here. So we're going to fire, freeze. This might actually be a little, because I took the boss, this might actually be a little tough right now. Yeah, because we're going to have 1 lane of bosses. I might have made this harder than I needed to. I forgot that this might be too much for starting out. It's basically we have an entire lane spawning up bosses right now. This might have been a little too much.
I can't do this just yet.
We did okay, I guess.
Or would be great.
So this node right here causes 1 lane to always be bosses, so it makes it pretty difficult. You can see our build had enough damage, we were able to handle it. We have a loot filter for the build. I have a video actually. That's the current filter I'm using. It didn't put it in. I don't think I have the YouTube command set up. Oh no, there it is. And then I'll have an updated filter whenever the filter blade updates. Probably next weekend. And then you just loot your Blight. You can see we get a lot of oils when we do Blight this way, which is gonna make doing our anointments really easy. Oh, we didn't go kill mobs. I forgot. I was talking to you guys, but you can see this buff right here, Blight Reach. Now it's basically done. We wasted it. But that's what I was talking about. You'd go kill a bunch of mobs in order to maximize the chance of getting Blighted maps. Oh, and we also have it spec so that there's a chance that when we loot these things that they don't disappear and we can loot them again. Will you be providing updated currency making strategy video this league? Maybe. I don't know if I'm playing trade yet. If I'm not playing trade, I'm probably not going to, because I'm not going to be really paying attention to the economy on trade. So it just like depends. So the answer right now is I won't know until maybe Thursday or Friday. I'm definitely feeling the pull from people to go play trade, so I'm just kind of weighing the options right now. Yeah, it's mostly just I have a lot of friends that are playing trade, so. Oh, my strategy was really good for 3.25. Yeah. Honestly, I think it's probably going to still be pretty good. The question is going to be like, the thing I'm curious about is like how good is Betrayal gonna be as a potential moneymaker. I think Ritual is still a really solid way to make money at the beginning of a league. Yeah, I know. That's kind of like what's been in the back of my head, is that I'd be able to build the build a lot quicker and do stuff if it's trade. Like, because I'm thinking to myself, like, do people really want to watch somebody farm Blight for a week to get a pair of boots? Like, I don't know if that's appealing or not to anyone. Because there's a good chance that if I play SSF, I'm going to be spending, it could be 2 days, it could be 10 days, just running Blight over and over and over until I get those boots. Yeah, I'll probably end up playing trade, unfortunately. I was saying this earlier, I'm thinking about maybe doing a hardcore SSF tune. I would play completely different than this character. We would level a lot slower. I would build it much more defensively. I wouldn't be doing some of the stuff I'm doing right now as fast as I'm doing it. Rolling maps like super safe and stuff. I actually have an idea for a cold dot build that I think would be really fun, but I'm waiting for POB to update so I can run the numbers. But I think like it would be fun to play in HD SSF, and typically cold dot's a pretty reliable thing to play in hardcore. Yeah. There is the voice in my head that's like, all my friends are playing trade, I should play trade, because we might go do stuff together. And or I think it would be better for people watching the stream, because I can showcase stuff a lot quicker. Yeah. It's mostly because like my friends are playing trade. I just noticed GC build skills, LE damage, not fizz. Yeah, I'm not surprised, because he's playing Tectonic Slam and stuff with GC. Like, our minions do decent damage, as is. I kind of treat General's Cry on my build as just some extra damage that's passively going off all the time. Yeah, I think because a lot of my friends are playing trade, the play might be to play trade for like 2 weeks or so, and then maybe make like an SSF character. I don't know. I have to think about it. I was really set on playing SSF until like, and I was trying to convince my friends to do like maybe a private league together, like a pseudo SSF thing. But they all want to play trade, so that's not happening. Alright, let's do one more map so I can try to show off the Blight Reach tech real quick. The Trade League Temptation, yeah. Well, I've shown that you can do all of this in SSF, right? It's just a little bit more of a grind. This actually is not a bad map for Blight.
Seize power from anarchy.
Alright, I'm going to try to show you guys how you actually do Blight Reach real quick. This is... yeah, it's midnight. This will have to be my last map, but I'm going to show you guys like how to do Blight here with Blight Reach. Always the friend's life too short, brother. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Just hop in Discord with the buddies, level up, play trade. I can showcase the build very quickly to other people. Help people out with their progression if they need help. Then maybe do like a hardcore SSF character or something. I've never played SSF, but I got your video POB build to the other maps easy. Yeah, it's pretty solid as a league starter, I'm not gonna lie. And I'm not trying to mislead people. I didn't put in like my video description, oh, this is the best build of 3.26 or some bullshit, right? I just said Cyclone Shockwave league starter build guide. I didn't put giga damage. I didn't say it's the best build in 3.26. I didn't say it's cracked. I didn't say any of that. I just said Cyclone Shockwave Slayer League Start build guide. Where is Cassia, dude? Holy moly. There she is. Alright. Well, this is unfortunate because we ended up killing like all the mobs in this map before we got to her. So, rip. This is an interesting layout. I think we'll do fire, fire. This is going to be kind of hard because the boss lane is going to mess us up on this, I think. Yeah, see, the bosses are coming in hard. This layout was not very conducive for our Blight. Yeah. I might have to take out that one node until we get a bit more DPS on the build. You just take this out here, you keep the rest of it. Let's put that here. Try this again. Trade you play versus currency. As long as you can make some, you can enable powerful items, do whatever you want. SSF, it's versus the game, anything you need, you have to do it yourself, and there's no currency pressure. Yeah. That's why SSF seemed appealing to me, because like, and the portals were close, yeah, beyond. That's why SSF seems appealing to me, because it's just you in the game, you know? And it's like, There's no pressure. You can go at whatever speed you want. We'll try one more since that was kind of cracked. Pulverize on what? My Cyclone? Or I think I have it on both Cyclone and can't remember if I also have it on the General's Cry. Oh, no problem. Yeah, I like Pulverize on Cyclone because of the AoE increase.
Or Blippi Red!
I understand what you're asking now. Yeah, we're still using Tectonic Slam. Like swapping away from Sunder. Yeah, it's funny you just woke up. Like I should be sleeping right now. I normally get up for work in like a couple hours. Alright, let's try this again. This should be far easier since we don't have the boss lane. So we're just gonna do fire towers all over here. Alright, here we go. Alright, so as soon as we finish this Blight, alright, we start killing monsters. And what we're hoping for now is that any map that drops off these monsters is going to be a blighted map. That's the goal. Yeah, all we're hoping for is blighted maps. Unfortunately, we didn't get a single map to drop. Still have 14 seconds on it, so let's see. Maybe we get a normal map to drop. It's a big rip. I really need a coffee in the late game. Oh nice, I like the Herald of Fire with Cyclone. Same, just woke up, walking the treadmill, watching the stream. What's up, Schmo? It's 9 AM for me here, just woke up. It looks like you guys all over in Europe, I'm assuming? UK or something? How does the Herald of Ash feels? So what I'm doing right now, I'm testing out Herald of Purity and Herald of Ash, and then swapping back to Pride when I have to boss. It seems okay so far. We're not scaling like Ellie damage, so I don't think the Herald of Ash is doing a ton of stuff, but at least it feels like the clear is a little bit better. Like the general clear feels better. And then we just rolled Herald of Purity back into the to the build because we have enough mana, because we're not reserving as much with Pride not being used. But I'll do a quick Holland Indeed wake up time here. Yeah. I'll do a quick recap of what happened on stream tonight, at least here for me on the West Coast in the US. Luxembourg, yeah. Is Carcass Chest any good? I used to use it back in the day for Cyclone, but it's kind of, so the problem is rare gear has taken over in so many ways, so you can scale so much armor and you can scale so much life and defense that and the fact that they also nerfed Determination and Grace, so that you don't, so they basically nerfed Determination and Grace and they made armor scale way higher and defenses scale way higher on bases, so you kind of are incentivized to use more rare gear and less uniques essentially, unless you're doing some crazy meta like mirror tier build or some shit where you're just using all uniques and, you know, doing crazy stuff. So it's just Carcass Chest is, you know, and the Eldritch Implicits that you can roll on rare gear now is also really powerful. Like my chest gives me fortification basically, because I'm hitting so often. I'm always fortified, which means I don't have to take these 5 points in the tree here. So yeah. But I'll do a quick recap on the stream today, and then I'm gonna go to bed. So I updated the POB. The POB, if you do, I'll just do the command so you guys can see it. So basically I added a lot of notes into the POB on various things. I then cleaned up the loadouts a little bit. We're now swapping to Cyclone in Act 3 and using General's Cry. And as you continue to level the build, you just keep using those two skills. At level 90, I have our pre-crit tree. I did do something on the, so for the pre-crit tree, I removed the cane of Kolomak because I don't know how expensive it's going to be in the new league. And I also got rid of the cluster jewel running Overlord because that's also going to be expensive. So the level 90 Resolute Technique tree is pretty cheap now. It's just like this staff that I have on the tree here is actually worse than the staff I made today on this SSF character. So really the only things you're buying are Stampede, so you can use Cyclone of Tumult, which should be like a Divine or less, and Rumi's Concoction, which is like nobody uses this, right? And it's just gear with life and resistances, stuff you can make. And I kept the damage pretty close. It's like 200k less than if you used the cane of Kolomak I had in here. So this tree is like very budget friendly. And so I made changes on that. And then on the crit conversion tree, what did I do here? Oh, I made a, so we have two crit conversion trees now. This crit conversion tree uses Abyssus, which kind of makes our Fizz mitigation really low. If some people don't like that, I did create a physical damage reduction version that just uses a rare helm with lots of defense. And you can see the Fizz damage goes up like 6 to 7k. You do lose a lot of damage. So that's the thing. Abyssus gives you so much crit multi. It really scales your damage. You just get kind of weak against big hits. 13,000 Fizz mitigation is fine for like regular monsters, but you'll be weak to big hits. So if you want to apply a tankier version, you lose some damage. Granted, 15 million DPS should be more damage than you'll ever need outside of like, you know, Uber Pinnacle bosses and Juice T17s. So those are basically the changes I made to the POB. And yeah, as far as my character today, I started off today with this staff here. I was able to craft this Shaper Influence staff. Yeah, no problem, Sheldon. I crafted this Shaper Influence staff, which has almost 100 more Fizz DPS, and has a nice Shaper mod on there where I have increased crit chance, and then even more crit chance if I've killed recently. So I made this today. I also made this chest this morning before work, off stream. It just has like, you know, 2200 armor, a bunch. Actually, I made this on stream. This was the chest that I made this morning. So this one had like 170 life, some fire resist, and then I made this one, I think, on stream. It's just slightly better. And then I rolled the Eldritch Implicit so that I have my melee hits give me Fortify, so I could save points on the tree. I don't think I did anything else with the rest of my gear today, so it was basically just upgrading the chest and weapon. Ideally, I would like to upgrade, at this point, like I think for this character, and I'm only going to play it for another day, and then I'm going to take a break before the league. I think for this character, the biggest upgrade would probably be getting the Anoint on my amulet, so I have more block chance. And honestly, I think I'm there. I think I just get the stuff I need to get my 2 Void Stones. I may be able to do this by tomorrow. I may not. You know, I got to work tomorrow, so I'm going to try to get my 2 Void Stones. I'm really hard set on taking Thursday off so I can have a break before the league, just so I can do some real life stuff and get everything situated for a long weekend. So we'll see if I can get the 2 Void Stones. I still need like 7 frags to get a Maven Summon, and I still got to get my other 2. I have quite a bit of boss maps still though, but yeah. I've never played Cyclone. What do you think would be a good choice to start 3.26? I mainly farm Expedition as a mechanic. I think my build's great as a league starter. The question is, do you feel like playing Cyclone? What do you think about going champ instead of Slayer? Fortify stacking seems insane for defense now. I think Champion is going to be very tanky in the end game. I don't think it's going to have more damage than Slayer. So I think like I'm trying to put together a loadout in my POB for Champion where we swap Ascendancies and get the uniques and do all that. I just need time to like do the POB, and you know, I'm working this week and then I'm streaming and trying to play the game on this character to test stuff. So I think like maybe over the weekend I might theory craft something, but my read on it right now is that Champion will be extremely tanky with all the fortification stacking, but I think the damage is going to be way less than Slayer. Because you have to remember, the only, like if you look at the tree for Champion, you're getting this damage node, which is not as good as anything you're getting from Slayer in terms of, well, it's a little bit better than Impact. So this is basically less damage, and you're getting 66 increased attack speed with the new fortification scaling if you do like 20 plus stacks. 66% increased attack speed is not as much as people think it is in comparison to the damage multipliers you get as Slayer. I'm not quite sure. Let me hop on YouTube, pull up the stream. I might be able to go back and find it off of memory. It's actually gonna be kind of easy to see because my staff has the Shaper effect now, so I can kind of see the difference by that. Okay, I think I found it. It looks like I crafted it around. If you go back about 2.5 hours in the stream, that's when I crafted it about 2.5 hours ago. Can't hear you because I'm at work, but look at the Flame Golem buffs. The buff to Flame Golem increased damage and 20% AoE gem. Definitely worth it. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. The problem is golems are going to die without any minion investment. Problem I find with champ is that Social Brace gloves price will probably be equal to just playing a whole different build. The gloves have a 25% drop rate, so I don't think they're going to be the expensive part of the build. Don't get me wrong, they're going to be expensive. What's going to be expensive is Replica Badge of the Brotherhood. That's an extremely rare drop. It's like 1 in 400 wings in a heist. And if you're playing champion, scaling fortification, which is everyone that's going to play champion, the demand for that neck, for that amulet, is going to be 100%. And that's a very rare amulet. The bracers or the gloves are more common. So you need both of them. Like if you want to actually play that build at a level that's, in my opinion, worthy of swapping away from Slayer on this build. On other builds, that's a different story. But for me, like, you got to have both uniques if you're trying to not play Slayer on my Cyclone build. Or play Cyclone in general, I think. I don't see a world in which Cyclone isn't played on Slayer. And it's like, I don't see how it could ever be better to play Champion Cyclone unless you have all that stuff to do that over Slayer. Yeah, I would play around with it in POB. It's going to be far tankier than Slayer. I would try. I also will have to see how well Perseverance scales the damage, because it could be that Perseverance just makes the build like you're able to scale with armor and evasion enough damage with the fortification attack speed increase that who knows. But yeah, I don't know. But he's showing off his gear in standard. Alright guys, I gotta get some sleep before work tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do my the two last void stones tomorrow. We'll see. I have to effectively do another Shaper and another Elder, and hopefully they don't drop the same fragments. But I can swap these with Harvest, so it's mostly just doing like a lot of Maven witnesses to be able to get the splinters. So we might be, I'm pretty sure we'll get Uber Elder done tomorrow. I'm not too worried about that. But I'm not sure about Maven. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get enough frags. And also, I'm gonna be doing Blight for a while tomorrow so that I can get my oils and stuff situated. So probably start out tomorrow with farming Blight, and then I'll move into doing at least getting my third Void Stone, seeing if I can do some Maven stuff. But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. I'll probably be streaming a little bit earlier tomorrow than I did today, so about, I want to say around 5 o'clock Pacific standard time. But yeah, I need some sleep. I'll catch you guys later. Appreciate everything. Appreciate all the follows and subs. You guys are amazing. And looking forward to spinning to winning on Friday. Peace. Yeah, hey. I should be asleep right now. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Still playing this game.